Man, I figured out. Work at 8 o'clock. I didn't sleep too well. Had to get up super early because of the AC guys, but they finished it. Took them about 6 hours to install. And it looks real good now. It's good AC in the house. It got a little chilly. So, yeah, AC's fixed it. So, thank God. So, $8,000 well spent. So, we don't have to worry. Probably for a good 10 years, it should work. So, just take care of it. Just keep an eye on it. Change out the filter every 3 months. Just take care of it. Luckily, the filters aren't very expensive. I heard they're like, you can get a pack of them for like really cheap. So, look online and get just a ton of them. Let's go play some ease from with that before we jump on Genshin. So, Lethal, how you doing? What's going on with you? What's going on? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me or no? Should be able to hear me. Mic should be on. Yeah, just making sure.
Sure. Hey, Adel, what'll it be? Bon appetit. Anything else I can get you? Don't be a stranger.
Yeah. Say the word and I'll make it. Let me know if you need anything else. Say the word and I'll make it. Let me come back anytime.
Farm soon. Yeah, not much going on, man. Just waiting for next week. I don't know if I can do this yet. I'll try. I don't know if I'm strong enough.
It's the Grimwald Knox again.
A new path should open once we overcome this.
There's something here that's more powerful than anything we've seen so far. I can feel it.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Adel, we don't know what we're dealing with. Let's be careful.
Monstrums, the time is nigh. Under the red moons, the wicked and the defiant shall be punished. Ascend into this unbreaking light, unsheathe your curse, and smite the darkness.
Alright, let's clean house! Let's go, you
Requiring assistance.
Here we go! Leave it to me!
Be prepared for the next. Return to the shop.
I think I'm gonna be cool with this. I have to go level up a little bit more.
Let's do our best, everyone!
After you.
Is everyone okay? Leave it to me!
Yeah, these things are tough, man. God, taking up so much HP. Like I'm not doing much damage.
Alright, let's clean house! It's
I have to go level for like a couple more levels. Still don't feel very strong. Yeah, it's taking too long.
That was tougher than I would have liked. The victory has ripened.
Yeah. I can tell I'm not doing much damage. And they're destroying the tower really fast. Yeah, I think I'm a little underleveled.
Understood.
I knew you had it, Addo.
Let's keep it steady. On my way.
Yeah, of course. It's not bad.
Okay, Krisha, concentrate. Understood. No need for prophecy in battle. My turn. Get out of my way! Read this rock!
There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, we're fucked. They broke that shit so fast. I was like, oh my god, I cannot kill them quick enough. I gotta level up. Way too weak. Yeah, that shit should not be dying that quick. Alright, we need to farm materials, and I don't know where to get them. I have hardly any left, god damn it. Where the fuck am I gonna farm this shit? It's pretty bad. So that's the fastest I've seen that shit die. It's getting really hard.
Yeah. Bye-bye. See you later. Yeah. Step right up.
Gosh, I don't have much
Aren't
materials.
you gonna trade anything? Step right up.
Yeah, okay.
Bye-bye.
Strap.
See you later.
Weapons are too weak. Need to level up. See what we got. Ooh, 46. Bad. So that's what it goes there. I think that's the only spot that drops it. I don't think the overworld drops it.
I have detected something.
Down we go. There's something here. There's something here. You can't escape. Can I go? I have to look at something. I'll handle this.
Oops.
Okay.
I have detected something.
Oops.
I presume this must be uncommon.
Don't seem to hit. I have a feeling right in there.
Understood.
I'll handle this. There's something here.
have detected something. I have detected something. There's something here. There's something here. Fighting efficiency has been enhanced. There's something here. Leave it to me. Shadow Ball. I have detected something.
I'll handle this.
What do you think?
Down we go. There's something here. Leave it to me. Leave it to me.
I have detected something.
So, oh, building detective, I guess. Yeah, they look protected. Look, it's not protected. That sucks, man. It makes that move useless, man. That's really shitty. Because of the double damage, I think it procs the damage after you take the hit. So you can't survive. Like, wow, that's really shitty. Normally it's supposed to protect you, but it doesn't protect you. Yeah, it doesn't protect you. That's a huge flaw. Yeah, they can't even use that move anymore. Okay, this is not gonna go well. Alright. That nullifies that whole strategy of, oh no, how I'm gonna beat the last boss if I can't use those weapons. That really makes you weak. That's pretty bad. Really bad. So it's like, why even have it? It's so pointless to use this. Yeah, that makes the Onyx belt really crappy. Like, it's not even a good item anymore. It's like, evade death, I'm like, okay, it doesn't proc though. Yeah, this makes things really bad. Like, really bad. Like, I really thought I could use that ability. It doesn't look like I can.
Say the word and I'll make it.
Single loss, like, what a joke.
Let me come back anytime.
18 of those. How much do I have? Can't even get enough. Terrible. Terrible.
Hey, so step right up.
Horrible.
Okie dokie, let's trade. Ah, you got a good eye. You got a deal. Ah, you got a deal. You'll bring more stuff later, right? Bye-bye. See you later.
Bye-bye. I know they come later, just I don't know it'll wait that long enough.
Yeah. Say the word and I'll make it. Just leave it to me. Time to show off my... Just leave it to me. Oh, come back anytime.
And
Got my strength back!
I have detected something.
It's my turn. There's something here. Go! Down we go!
Detected something.
This is a real find.
It's stronger now.
I have to There's something here.
I have detected something.
Off we go. Off we go.
I have detected something.
Ooh, don't see these too often, huh? I think there's something here.
I have detected something. I have to go.
Off we go. Off we go. I think there's something here.
I have detected something.
I think there's something here.
After you. I have detected something.
Down we go.
I have detected something.
Let's go. You've got something.
I have detected something. Terrorist spell to be sure. After you, Princess.
Even stronger.
I have detected something. Taking point.
It's my turn.
After you,
Go.
after you.
Allow me. It's my turn. Understood. There's something here. No. There. I'll handle this. Off you go. There's something here. You There's something here. Allow me. Leave it to me.
What?
It's my turn.
I have detected something. Understood.
Here I go.
Turn to the
Somehow.
Switch over to Genshin like an hour. But Genshin for like a couple hours, go to sleep. Get my sleep schedule back on track. I gotta run some errands tomorrow, go see my mom. Sunday, it'll be some chores.
I have detected something. Her is supposed to be sure. Understood.
I'll handle this.
Different practice. Okay.
Allow me.
Here I
It's
go.
not something doing much XP. To be fair.
There's something here. Wow! It's so beautiful!
What's up, Flashy Flash? How you doing? You were having faith in Street Fighter 5? Oh man, that was your first mistake.
Let's take him out.
Yeah, I mean, I could have told you that, man. You really think Samurai Showdown had a prayer? Dude, Samurai Showdown is dead, man. That game, Max. I saw Max play it like the night Viking came out. He quit real fast because it's just the netcode is just ass. It's like netcode ruins games. You know, that's the whole reason I had no faith in it. They're not gonna fix it. You know, they'll let's bring out this character. It's like, not gonna do shit. Everybody's already gonna jump shit back to either Guilty Gear Strive or Tekken or Street Fighter. That's all they're gonna do. I know I sound. Well, that's what I mean. It's like also too the gameplay. Are you expecting that much? You're expecting too much, dude. You know, I've been saying this for the longest, dude. I mean, believe me, trust me, I know. Why do you think I don't play those games? Because they get boring. They have no creative expression.
Here I go! Allow me. I'll handle this.
Yeah, I know it sounds like a negative Nancy, like I'm pissing all over your game. It's just like I'm just telling you the truth, man. I mean, it's like, dude, the games are shallow. The games are very limited. The games make you play a very specific way. Also, I don't like the fact that most fighting games are proactive and not reactive. Like, I like reactive games. That's why I like Exerd. Exerd's a very reactive game. You do something and then you react to it. You know, whereas like Street Fighter's very proactive. You know, you have to anticipate everything like really early, and I don't like that. It becomes a guessing game, and I don't feel like I'm in charge of my decisions. Except the Luke Skywalker. Street Fighter's dead, dude. I mean, Akira's cool and all, but like, I don't want to play Street Fighter. I want to play, I want to play rival schools. Like, give me rival schools. And stop, like, limiting, like, making everybody so restrictive. Like, stop that. Like, really, just stop it. You should watch this one guy who reviewed Guilty Gear Strive. Oh my god. It's like, we have some disagreeing opinions. He doesn't like people that put down games. He gets pissed off at that, which I understand. I do get really opinionated with things I like. Like, I'll shit all over something. And I understand where it's coming from. It's like, well, you shouldn't make somebody else feel bad because you don't like it. I'm like, and he's right. It's like, yeah, no, you're right. I understand. I'm very passionate. I admit it. I'm very, very passionate. So when I see something wrong that I like, it's just like, I'm like, no, this is not how you do it. But the majority disagrees with me. Thinks I'm full of shit. And I'm like, no, dude, I mean, and I try to I gotta present my argument with facts. Tell them, like, this is why Strive is not a good game. Like, why Strive has got major flaws. And obviously I get emotional because I'm so tied to the game because I played it for so long, and it's a sensitive subject to me. It's like it's very dear to me. So I can't stand seeing in the state it's in, just because that's not what I want my game to be. The game's definitely not made for people like me. It's not made for the Guilty Gear fans. It's made for casuals. It's made for people that don't really play Guilty Gear. It just basically, it feels like you got like a game for training wheels. Like, it's the training wheels version of Guilty Gear. That's what it feels like. That's honestly the best way to put it. Yeah, I mean, you should watch this video. I should put it on just to let you watch it, just to show you. Like, this guy makes a lot of good points, like why Guilty Gear Strive is fundamentally like a bad game. Like, he even says like it's not a bad game, it's just not a good game. I'm like, it's true. It's like, it's not very good. It's okay if you just, and he even says it's a game you play in extremely short spurts. Like, short spurts. And he's right. You do play it in very short spurts. It's not a game you're supposed to play for a long period of time. It's just not that game. It's a game you play in very, very short spurts. It's like, there's a lot of problems with the game fundamentally, like mechanics-wise, that just are so counterintuitive. And the game holds the characters back. Like, there's so much you can do, like, I can see it. Like, I see the vision, and I'm like, there's so much more that these characters can do within the engine, but the engine basically just tells you no. And the guy put he said a good analogy. He's like, when you're about to have fun, the game tells you no. You can't do that. No, you're not allowed to have fun. You're not allowed to be creative and express yourself. No, like, bad boy. You do what everybody else does. That's what it feels like. The whole time when I'm trying to express myself, the game's just constantly telling me no. No, you can't do that. No, you're not allowed to do that. Bad boy. You can't do that. That's what I feel like the game is constantly telling me the whole time. It's like, fuck you. You want to play this game? Well, we can't let you do that. Because, you would actually have fun. You feel like plus R feels limited to you? Really? You feel plus R? Accent Core plus R you feel is limited? Really? You really think plus R is limited? Oh man, I think the degree of freedom compared plus R to fucking Strive is night and day, man. I can't even compare Strive to plus R. Plus R feels way better. Now, compared to Xrd, I think Xrd feels better. In terms of movement, in terms of options. There's a lot of bullshit in Xrd I don't like. Like, I don't like the slowdown, where it slows down the whole game. I don't like that. I think that's a really broken mechanic. Yeah, I should show you like this video. Make me want to show it to you, just to, as a fan of Guilty Gear. Like, let me just show you. Let me save real quick. And I'll show you. I don't really need to play this right now. I'm just farming. It's kind of boring. Let me show you this video, just to show you as a fan. Like, why Guilty Gear Strive is a bad game. Here, let me show you.
Wait, you're going to pick me?
I mean, I want to play Jacko. Thanks, Vix. Let me show you guys why Guilty Gear Strive is a bad game. I must show you, just to show you, like, as a fan, if you care about the series. Yeah, nah, I saw you been playing Xenoblade. Nice, dude. That's good you found a game to play. But I'm glad for you, dude. I know you're kind of bummed for a while. You didn't have any fun. Like, you were really bored. Yeah, the houses are gone, Jacko. She's not, she doesn't have house building anymore. But let me show you this video. I really think it'll be an eye-opener for you. To show you how bad Guilty Gear Strive is, like, as a game. This guy hits it on so many points, dude. He was just like, I was like, damn, dude. His name's Leon Massey. He just posted the video yesterday. So, let me just show you. This video is very informative. So, I think he's very intelligent. It's not like he was just like, fuck you. Like me, I get really cussy when I don't like a game. But this guy actually presented facts, and I was like, okay, I agree with a lot of his points. Some stuff I do not agree with him, but I know he was calling me out, like, in a sense, like, he's like, man, I hate people that bitch about games and, like, put people's games down, like, fuck you. I was like, and I'm like, to be fair, he's right, I can't shit in somebody else's taste because it's their taste. I have to respect their taste. And he said, it's an opinion, and it's not a fact. So.
Guilty Gear Strive might literally need no introduction, not only because I'm so
Let's show you.
they've managed to get the first DLC character out, but also because it somehow even managed to pull a Tekken and convince some of the more socially capable people on the planet to give it a shot as well. This game has been all over my Twitter feed for the last 2 months since its release, and
it's a good read.
It's a new chapter in the Guilty Gear franchise, a series that
this guy is like me, he loves it. It's his favorite fighting game.
For 3 hours that the lore is good, and might be the only fighting game that people have been excited for in the last 3 years. It's developed by Arc System Works, beloved creators of family mini golf, super dodgeball brawlers, and some fighting games, I guess. It also features rollback back netcode, a networking type that fighting games use to make the longest distance connections at least playable, which is unfortunately seldom seen in a lot of the major releases of the genre. It seemed to actively want to remold a lot of the systems that kept the learning wall for the game high and dig its way out of the typical anime fighter difficulty curve that's plagued the series previously, which seemed to instill some of the incels of the fanbase with fury, but had a lot of the newcomers to the franchise exclaiming, "Finally, an anime fighter that's socially acceptable to say that I know how to play, but not socially acceptable enough to justify having all the female characters in my search history." The previous entry in the series might be my favourite fighting game of all time, and though it was about as incomprehensible as the Eldritch Nightmare, once you got to know it,
Number
was
one fighting game
fast-paced
of
item
all
that's
time.
depth in spades, with a highly flexible set of universal mechanics to make any character feel like your own, but still a clear vision of being aggressively focused. As you might be able to tell, I was pretty damn excited for Strive, but 100 hours later between both the PlayStation and the PC release, I've only come to grow more fond of the older titles in the series. I certainly wouldn't say that I hate it, like I've said many times after a salty L, but personally I don't think that there's a lot that stands out here to enjoy as someone who's already played a lot of fighting games. I want to re-emphasize, personally, since I see a lot of people enjoying it so much that you could assume that their download included their first and likely only sexual experience. But much like my first sexual experience, I don't see what all the hype is about. This leaves me in a bit of a dilemma. With the videos that I've made here, I've got quite a lot of people into Guilty Gear, and many of them might have started playing fighting games with Strive specifically. So I want to make this clear. If you like Strive, please do not let this video undermine how much you enjoy the title or feel like you're in the wrong for enjoying it. I'm glad that so many people are having a quality time here, especially with the newer generation of fighting game players. There seems to be people competing for who has the least interesting personality by shitting on people that like Strive or actively want it to do poorly. So if any of these goblins are coming at you for enjoying a video game, you can tell them that I said go fuck yourself, and I got more into my point than them, so you know that I'm the higher authority here. Even so, I've got very little good to say about Strive, so if sitting through 70 fucking minutes is gonna take someone to edit minutes of someone's copium that it isn't Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 3 doesn't sound like your kind of good time, I'll live up to the title and keep it brief. Guilty Gear Strive is by no means a bad game. It's just a title that leaves a lot to be desired. The game can consistently feel restrictive due to the cancel system only allowing very specific moves to cancel into one another, and although every character is very unique and interesting on the surface, most come across as extremely isolated in their potential. The unique Roman cancel system is interesting and allows characters so rigid that you'd assume that they've got rigor mortis to develop the flexibility of an Olympic gymnast, but is tied to a boring meter that doesn't let you feel its benefits frequently enough. The end movement makes the game feel sticky.
I feel like I'd do like two Romans a match. Like that, two Romans around.
None of this
It's
means
like
that the
really
game doesn't have
limited.
depth like some people have claimed, but depth is a quality that's almost intrinsic to fighting games as a genre. It isn't anything to write home about unless you've been living your whole life as a checkers fanatic. While I understand that a lot of the mechanics do have their own value in how they influence the game and how it's played, playing hopscotch without legs also influences how it's played, but that doesn't change the fact that I'd rather play a game with more choices, interesting mechanics, and I only went back. As a result, Strive feels like a game that's most interesting quality is the novelty of a new fighting game, but after 10 hours, novelty starts to turn into monotony. For some of you, that might be fine. You might not even be intending to put 10 hours in, but the experience that you're getting inside of that time isn't really strong enough to justify the game's enormously high £55 asking price. For the people that might be intending to play for longer than that, I think that the restrictive systems make for a game that shows glimpses of the freeform fighter that it could be, but never really delivers the goods, making the only time that the title is enjoyable is when you're winning. And personally, if I have to be winning in order to have a good time, then I'm not playing a very good game. Ultimately, Guilty Gear Strive is a disappointing game that could be fantastic with some tweaking. It's certainly not
If
bad.
winning's all that makes you want to play the game, that's a really shallow reason to play it.
Missing.
But that's all you care about.
Content there, but more a lot of small problems that.
If it's a good game, you'll enjoy winning or losing, or just learning something. You enjoy everything about it.
Nothing is done egregiously bad. They never feel like parts that intertwine to create an interesting game, and ultimately feels underwhelming. And I know that the majority of my audience is American, meaning that you don't speak English, so let me give you a reminder. Underwhelming is not synonymous with a good time. If you're someone who needs a number to put somewhere on your spectrum of video games, here it is. 5 out of 10. Oh, I forgot. Numbers below 8 cause people to spontaneously combust. So let's put out that wildfire. A 5 for me is an average game. It's where I put Strive, Counter-Strike, Dragon Ball, and even Accent Core plus R, but that's mostly due to control issues more than anything. This doesn't mean that it's bad, it just means that it's middle of the road. Even Rev 2 I wouldn't be able to give more than an 8 at most. And I don't think that I've ever played a fighting game that goes
2 out of 10, that's terrible.
Will have me talking
I believe it so much, dude. Like, Grand Blue Fantasy is ultimate shit.
More from this title, but when I look at it without that
shit,
preconceived expectation, I still find a game that doesn't do a lot for me. Apologies if parts of this video also get quite bland and only occasionally shows flares of personality, but I thought it would be the right thing to do, considering that the review should also be a reflection of the product that it's talking about. Oh shit, okay, well, we've still got a lot of the video to go, so let's get this video started proper, shall we?
The best part. Oh yeah, because everybody
Or at
loves
least
this.
we will, as soon as the game finally finishes communicating with the servers. I'm not willing to tank the viewer attention by starting on infrastructure problems, so while we wait for the game to load, we'll briefly talk about older games in the franchise. Strive is the Halo Reach of Guilty Gear. Halo Reach wasn't an inherently bad game. The fact that people are still playing it today is a clear testament to that, but it also wasn't the title that most fans of Halo 3 and 2 were looking for. It changed a lot about how the game worked, and while very clearly still a Halo game, wasn't nearly familiar to the kinds of people that would make videos titled Halo is Important. As a result, sometimes changes got confused with flaws for the people that didn't like it, and flaws got confused with changes for the people who were blindly in love with it. As a fan of the franchise, I'm not going to compare Strive to older Guilty Gears too much in the hopes of avoiding the same perspective dilemma. But a lot of what I like about fighting games just so happens to be in older titles without many other games that I've played replicating the points that I like. I think that Strive is underwhelming and follows trends that I don't like as a fighting game, not as a Guilty Gear. As such, even though I'm going to avoid comparison, I will point out where I think that the series has made the same stumbles before. If you see this asterisk on screen, it means that it's a problem I can find in other Guilty Gear titles. If you see this one, it's a problem I can find in other fighting games as a whole. A lot of what I value in the older titles is just how much variety you have on someone's block with the freedom of the cancel system, and how a lot of situations forced your opponent to make choices rather than reactions, or they'll simply lose. On the defensive side, it certainly wasn't the Mona Lisa with a push block, but the small defensive options that you had made for a game where you were clawing for defensive advantages that would convert into stealing your opponent's turn from them. The meter was so good that I made a whole video about it, and a lot of that comes down to the varied values in the options of a shared resource, even if it wasn't well balanced. All of this can be said for both Plus R and the XR series, but Plus R feels comparatively more clunky to XR in movement and controlling your character, probably due to a lack of buffer. But once you get a feel for it, it can be as free-flowing as XR. Strive theoretically has a lot of this stuff, but in the same way that I'd be your dad if I wore his skin. All of the components are still there, but how it walks and talks isn't remotely similar. The game should be ready soon, so let's also get one extra point out of the way. This video isn't an attempt to shit on the people at Arc System. I think that the people that worked on Strive should be proud of what they've made, especially in COVID times. Making games is hard as fuck. A product on this scale is probably much more difficult to make than many of us can imagine. And I don't want people to use this video as an opportunity to shit on the developers. This is a critique of the product, not a critique of the people that made it or the people that enjoy it. Fucking hell, finally! Arc System, get your shit together! How hard is it to load into a main menu?
Oh god, I love that shit. Oh man, it's too fucking good. Too fucking good.
In Guilty Gear, two people go
Totally how I would act.
to zero. You know, like in video games. The first thing that might strike you like a baseball bat made of whatever's keeping me so dense are the visuals, so gorgeous that I literally don't feel the need to bring up for the rest of the video until they start to get in the way. If I was to talk about a game like Them's Fight Nerds, where the visual might have you running for your Virgin Be Gone spray, I'd probably have something more to say about it. But saying the game looks fantastic is on the same level of interesting discussions debating whether water is wet or if you're a degenerate. Once you finally get past the visual honeymoon phase and have commissioned your favorite artist for even more million get hentai, you'll start to have to think about the actual gameplay. At a longer distance, there's not a lot going on for a lot of the characters in this game, with the exception of Faust, the one that thinks that soccer is spelled football, and maybe Kai is French. You'll mostly just be running around and contesting for space, not with projectiles, but by positioning yourself and your character's IQ distance. It's more a game that focuses around the close and the mid-range. From this distance, you're going to be swinging at your opponent a lot, just about trying to edge out a hit on them if your character benefits from it, or trying to force a whip or block from your opponent in a way that allows you to get much closer to them. You've got plenty of ways to close the distance with runs and air dashes that travel further and faster forward rather than backward, which makes for a title that doesn't have the dancing in and out space element that you might expect from a game that's got fast movement options, because you can get in quickly but get out slowly. Once you've gotten in, you're going to spend most of your time fishing for openings like a con artist trying to convince the elderly that their toaster has a virus and it can only be solved with Xbox gift cards. That is to say, you're either going to get in and ruin someone's life quickly, or you're going to be banging your head against a wall, building up potential damage bar until you ruin it even faster. Strife doesn't have a lot of the left-right, low-high mix-up confusion of other
That's true. There is no high-low mix-up anymore, really.
Most distances, jump-ins are normally reactable, and most players need to capitalize on with the roaming cancel system, with the exception of Dust, but it's so slow that everyone's able to react to it like it's a YouTube trending video. Lows very rarely go from low to high, back to low.
Very true, I noticed that.
It's
pretty much just a one-way block.
Blocking high and low. They're more frequently blocking low until they're blocking high, where the pressure situation ends. And even then, it normally won't convert into moves to open up for big damage. So a lot of your time on block is spent trying to catch them attempting to leave your pressure, whether that be by them doing jump backwards, a button to take their turn, or spending meter to leave with YRC. If someone's turtling, refusing to do anything, you can always go for a grab, which is hard to tech and quick to activate, so most people will try to escape it with a jump back. On defense, faultless defense, just blocks, and YRCs are designed to help you establish distance and create openings by manipulating the outcome of your opponent's pressure. There's some pretty distinct issues with this that we'll get into later, but for the most part, just know that if you're put into a blocking situation, you're mostly going to be looking for openings to break up their pressure with a button or holding up back. You can use backdashes as well, but they're a little bit tricky to use since you're not given a huge amount of iframes. It's certainly something that's usable, but trying to find applications for it mid-match normally bears fruit the same way that casinos create good financial choices. These make for a game that's pretty strongly focused around close-range interactions, with a heavy emphasis on closing the distance between your opponent and you, and then putting them in rock, paper, turtle situations. Jump beats grabs, buttons beats pressure resets, turtling doesn't really beat anything, but you put yourself at no risk, or should I say, puts you at more risk. The more you block, the more this bar fills up at the top. It affects the amount of damage that you'll take upon the next combo. And if it maxes out, you'll get counter hit, which gives some slightly different properties to your opponent, allowing them to get better follow-up. You should also try to avoid being near the wall, for many reasons, one of the Strife unique ones being that the wall can break. If your opponent is the one that caused it to break by comboing you against it, not only do you take additional damage, but they gain positive bonus, which makes them gain meter passively over time, nearly doubles their meter gain, gives them a 10% additional damage bonus, makes them take 10% additional damage, and makes the opponent want to die. You'll want to exit existence even faster if they break the wall with a super, because this gives them a hard knockdown as opposed to resetting you both to neutral. You've got a meter here which you use for faultless defense, Roman cancels, and supers. Faultless defense being that push block from earlier, Roman cancels being a move cancel that does a bit more than cancel your move depending on what color it decides to be, and you're on the channel about video games, I'm going to make a wild assumption and guess you know what a super is. There's also bursts, and I don't really bring up for the rest of the video, they get you out of combos, and it's on a separate meter, there's not really much else to say about it. This core is not a problem. I definitely would have preferred for great mix-up opportunities, but if all of the systems that work into this particular game flow are fine, then it's not an issue. Most of your time spent will either be making a read on someone's block, or trying to hold ground that doesn't allow you to be put into a blocking situation. This wouldn't normally be my go-to type of fight game, but I've been able to enjoy games like Third Strike that are further away from what I would normally like with resource bullshit and mix-up blenders, and instead focusing more on things like pressure resets and positioning like Strife. These games aren't mirrors of each other, and since we've had 20 years to finger ourselves every time we get an aggressive parry, Third Strike is no longer even similar to how it was designed to be played. But compared to what I normally enjoy, both of these games are more focused around elements of holding ground and sussing out if your opponent respects your block play. This makes Strife a decently enjoyable fighting game in short bursts, and even more so as a beginning fighting game, since you're able to engage with your opponent before noticing all of the small problems. The thing is, I don't think that Strife is necessarily designed to be a game that you play a little bit. It was probably considered, maybe even designed to be more enjoyable in short bursts, but fighting games are generally considered to be ones that you can play for hours, days, months to years, to the point where there's an entire culture around the genre. However, over time you're going to notice more of the smaller issues that either limit your abilities or become an uncomfortable itch in game feel like a rusty knife from a London youth, sometimes literally depending on where the tournament's being held. The problem comes in that every single system feeds into this cycle of taking space, putting someone into a block situation, winning or losing that scenario, and repeating until someone wins either feels unresponsive, doesn't allow for much diversity, or does allow for that diversity, but isn't accessible frequently enough. The best way that I can describe the experience of playing Strive is like a pizza from a really good store, but with toppings that clash or go against your taste buds. Sometimes then toppings can be alright by themselves, or if everything on the pizza is also there to complement it, they get even better. But you've given me pineapple with anchovies. It doesn't matter how much I love anchovies, pineapple tastes like shit and overpowers my saltfish. So let's go through the metaphorical toppings that I think work and don't, and see how they affect the game, starting with probably the part I care about the most. Movement is one of the most important things to me. Obligatory self-deprecating joke here. It doesn't matter what the genre is, platformers, fighters, first-person shooters of every kind, if it isn't fun to move around, I'm not going to care. It might be why games like Street Fighter didn't initially appeal to me. My fighting game journey started with Super Smash Bros. Melee, only to get excited and promptly ejected from any possibility of dopamine with 4, and then going on to Guilty Gear and moving on to Tekken, only to come back to Gear and then falling in love harder than ever. The binding point between all of them is that they work to make movement fun before the other person is even a factor. It's a key part of why I can't enjoy any of the versions of Street Fighter 2. Nothing about the movement is fun. Neither is anything else about the rest of the gameplay, but Capcom's hush money is making it so that I'm only allowed to critique their last piece of cultural relevance in small enough bursts so that you won't realize it's dog shit. If the movement isn't engaging, you're going to grab my attention the same way that using a megaphone to shout at a deaf person is going to get the point across. While Strive doesn't stumble at every hurdle with its ability to get from point A to point B, it struggles a lot with making the air movement anything more than uncomfortable. Running is fine, something the Arc system didn't figure out BB tag, so I'm glad that they learned that it feels awful there, but converting your momentum from a run into the air is near inconsistent, with rotation marks the size of Mars. How much momentum you can conserve from a jump changes from character to character. Characters like Giovanna have no problems converting momentum, whereas characters like Mei seem to drop momentum like a balloon from a cannon. The latter doesn't feel like a good way to move in any game, and while I understand that movement is a good way of making a character feel unique, by doing it in this way they might have succeeded at making some characters more mobile than others, but they've made the characters that aren't able to convert velocity edge on reminiscent of underdeveloped. This is a minor problem in the movement, but when the other aerial option of air dashing also fluctuates in quality, I can't help but find the movement as comfortable as the jumper made of bricks. Actually, that's partly a lie. If you want to go backwards with your air dash, you're in luck. While you don't go very far, you do travel instantly and are able to act equally as fast out of it. I can talk about how I don't like how it travels a distance so small that you can count the pixels moved on 9 fingers, but since the whole movement system is built towards making traveling forwards significantly better than traveling backwards, I can understand why it's built this way, and they didn't sacrifice the control of your character in order to do it. However, if you want to go forward, you'll have to deal with what I'm assuming is a cruel joke put in place to smite down joy from those who find comfort in a quality air dash. I understand that what I'm about to say is pedantic, but I think I'd rather slowly bleed out.
I just want melty movement. Amen. Give me melty blood movement. Amen.
Unlike a backdash, forward is required to
Give me
pull
some
over the
good
disc in order to go forward, and so you have a couple of frames of startup before you actually start moving at your top speed, along with a couple of frames before you can input a move. It might not look too bad as a viewer of this video, the same way that you can't smell how bad your opponent's festering stench is, but every single time you go to air dash, it's as though you've had the connection drop to 14 frames of delay. It makes every single character that can air dash significantly less responsive than they actually are by making it as if you're penciling in actions for the game to do in a schedule rather than asking the game to perform the action there and then. This also has some implications on how you use the air dash for offense specifically. In the corner, you can use this for extending pressure, depending on the character, by air dashing instantly, though quite a lot of characters still feel quite sluggish when doing this. Air dashing in neutral becomes about as useful as a McDonald's in a diabetic ward, as now your movement becomes so telegraphed that it can be reacted to with consistency at mid-screen, making for an unadvisable movement option. It's not unusable, but air dashing in this title is more a solution to specific whiff scenarios rather than an intrinsically fun way of getting from point to point because of this delay. I understand that this is a minor point to many, but as someone that likes the movement element of fighting games the most, the awkward start before an air dash starts ends up taking center stage my thoughts on the game anytime I'm about to press forward. While I don't understand the way that the air dashes start, I can understand what they were going for with the portion where you're actually moving. Different characters have different air dashes. Some of the weird kids decided to dye their hair and have alternative air dashes, but for the most part the differences come in length. Characters like Zato don't actually have an air dash, but when they dash they instead get put into a flight state, whereas Milia has two air dashes that are quite small. This allows different characters to utilize their air dash in different ways. I think Milia is probably the most standout example of this, since it works into a left-right mix-up game off of a disc, which is a core part of the character. The part I take umbrage with the most is how momentum is retained off of an air dash. Firstly, it decays extremely fast, and while some characters might travel further than others, they all have this balloon out of cannon feeling. That is unless you put a button behind your dash, in which case they'll move with whatever speed they were already traveling with. This makes it so that regardless of what you're doing going forward, you'll almost always put a button behind it, because it's both the fastest way to travel, the furthest way to travel, and forces your opponent to either block or contest. I'm going to assume that this was to make it a choice between traveling far and fast versus short but safe, since you're able to block after the start of an air dash. But this causes air dashing to lack being a useful tool at both full screen and mid screen, since it's both safer and faster to just run. The momentum doesn't stop air dashing from being a useful tool outright, but it instead reinforces it becoming a mix-up tool rather than being both a mix-up tool and a movement option. Aside from those two massive, glaring tumors, I think that the ideas that they wanted to get across in the movement is fine. I debate that quite a lot of the characters' base jump heights are a little bit too high, but I wouldn't really be able to give you a concrete reason why.
It's just limitations, man. They restrict you in so many ways. They just don't want you doing stuff. They really don't. They want you to play a very specific way, and they want you to make you feel limited. Because people don't like, too much complicated, too many mechanics, too many things. Because the casuals will get intimidated.
I'm not super keen on the way that it impacts gameplay, but it's not the problem itself. I'm all for creating systems that influence how the players interact with the opponent, but I think in the pursuit of making the players slam into each other, they've made for a movement system that's fun to think about, but not fun to interact with. And personally, if you're going to be doing that, you're going to be starting on the wrong foot. Not like I'm too keen to rush around too much anyway, because even when I'm up close and personal to someone, I find that the cancel structure that they've implemented, while not awful, makes for about as much variety and options as there is cultural variety in an English countryside pub with a sign outside proclaiming no Europeans allowed, failing to acknowledge that the Europeans don't want to be around us either. Speaking of connections that we cancel, the cancel system and combo system are somewhat interlinked in Strive. The main reason that you're going to be fishing for counter hits rather than a mix-up specifically is because of the way cancels don't limit combo openers. Though they made for a cancel system that requires a whole diagram to understand, the system that looks confusing on paper actually comes across as decently natural when you're playing. It's got the inverse problem of air movement. It feels fine, but impacts gameplay negatively, because I'm indecisive and can't decide if I'm impartial to Strive emotionally or systemically. Generally speaking, you're not able to cancel alone like 2K into a close slash or a move that will launch the opponent. This makes you dependent on the hit stun to be a deciding factor on if something will connect, which generally speaking, normal hits don't make lows or highs able to link into a move that gets the combo gears going. That is unless you get the counter hit, at which point it's going to vary from character to character as to what will or won't combo. As a result, the choice between high or lows becomes a bit of a non-thought. It's more about thinking about how your opponent will pussy out the situation and picking your moves accordingly. That is unless unless you've got enough meter for a Red Roman Council, at which point better pick the right side of the coin, dickhead, or I'm slamming you right through that wall and take half your life with me. Whether or not this is a good or bad thing to you is going to vary from person to person wildly, but this leads to a game where you're spending a lot of your time waiting for someone to open.
You don't think you'll get an LT? I think you should try it out. You might like it. It's gonna be a little intimidating, but it's a good game.
I get that for many that might not sound like a bad idea, and by reducing the council system, you're actually making for a more enjoyable game by putting someone inside less variable, dangerous situations. So perhaps I'm a masochist, but I won't be put in a scenario.
Well, you can check it out when I play it. You can watch it and you make your judgment.
Where they're able to put me in a directional blender. Despite how they've changed the council system, and by proxy they've altered how combos get started, I'm actually for the way the combos now flow, following the more simple juggle system with something like Tekken compared to most anime fighters which have tech outs. This might make for less positions where resets are available, and because of that, it undoubtedly doesn't have as much player-to-player interaction. But I'm such a shut-in that even the thought of using people's full tech out choices to benefit myself fills me with anxiety, so I'm in favour of this new change. The simpler combo system creates for an easier-to-access reward through launchers always being able to convert into at least passable damage, even if you never took the time to question your existence in training mode. The main thing that I would potentially identify as a problem is because of the council properties of most moves, combos don't have a lot of potential and variety, in mid-screen in particular. Some characters like Axel might have some extremely different combo routes in the corner, and I'm not against the fact that a large portion of the cast can simply loop their slash-heavy special ender in the corner to make for effective combos. But the fact that in mid-screen, lots of the characters only have slash-heavy, maybe crouching-heavy special as an option leaves me wanting a bit more from a lot of the cast. Obviously that doesn't apply to Soul, but I don't want to play Soul. What if I want to play Kai, I guess. I would imagine that there's a decent portion of people who don't mind this.
It's true, man. Soul's the only one that really has good.
Even see the benefits of.
Soul's the only one that has like mid-screen conversion like that.
Damage numbers seem to be simulating the effects of making contact with a plane.
Like, I want to play other characters and do cool stuff like that. Why can't I?
This applies on character-to-character basis, but the absurd amount of damage that characters like Soul and Ram get from the corner is inexcusable. And reasonable damage numbers from characters like Melia start to pin them down as weak. If you're going to have a system where combos in the corner are going to be stronger, that's perfectly fine and standard. But doubling the damage just because they're not center stage isn't justifiable if you're going to have that lead to the player breaking the wall, gaining positive bonus, leaving me with 10% life and making the dry wall look extremely submissive and punchable. High damage numbers are fine if they're earned, but even still, Soul doing DP with some meter doesn't mean that he should get paid twice as much as his brother just because his pecs are the size of a small house rather than a toppled over skyscraper. I understand that they wanted to keep the damage numbers high because it instills a sense of tension throughout the match as it makes a comeback from even the largest deficits not as unlikely as it seems, but right now it doesn't create a sense of tension for a realistic chance that anyone could win. It does it by making some characters so explosive that it's like watching Russia and the USA throw nukes at each other during the Cold War, but they've both forgotten the alarm codes, and it's a race to see who can send their strongest smashers to decipher the alarm codes hidden in fighting game notation the fastest. If Oxus wanted to reduce the damage but still keep some of that tension, then they need to either increase the damage scaling during the combo, or create a threshold on hits that once passed impact the combos very hard. You can also modify the way that Risk works, but I don't think that would solve the core of the issue. Risk is this small purple bar at the top of the screen. You might not notice it, especially considering it's so small, but right now it's also a culprit as to why these damage numbers are so damn high. The way that it currently works is that as it builds up, it will make whatever attack lands next not begin to apply scaling. For smaller 3-hit combos, this is not a problem in the slightest. For a wall combo, your half HP combo will skyrocket to a 75% combo.
Like, look how fucking ridiculous. It's like, holy crap, why does it do so much damage?
I think, no matter how much I test it, I can't seem to get the exact way that it works. The main thing is, as the lead feels, no scaling is applied. If this works the way that I'm going to assume,
Scaling
when
is
no
so
scaling gets
fucking
applied to your
shit,
combo, if
dude.
there's still some meter to spare, you'd be able to reduce the absurdly high explosive damage numbers by keeping the risk the way that it currently works, but by having the scaling kick in immediately based on the amount of hits that have already been applied. This way you'd still have the combos from Risk still be impactful relative to non-Risk combos, but you wouldn't create scenarios where people implode from the simplest openings.
Yeah,
Regardless of where this damage comes from,
Die.
Risk
Full
will
life.
take characters, I'd be extremely surprised to see the damage stay in its current state. And personally, I think that the damage needs to be taken down by a massive amount, especially if you're going to have the callers to be a fairly easy position to be in with such a small stage. Alright, now that I've done some complaining, let's finally be positive for a bit, because annoying the people that love the new title isn't enough for me, and also trying to intentionally annoy the people that hate it. I think that the new Roman cancel system is fantastic. It's got some odd quirks, but
the best
not
part of the
only is it
game is the Roman
genuinely
cancel.
unique, but the complexity is also variable to the person that wants to use it. The new Roman cancel comes in 4 forms, 3 of which are actually cancels, and then there's yellow, which is just kind of sitting there, festering failed abortion.
I don't like how yellow is in this game after using it. It just feels shitty.
You might be able to tell I'm not a fan of yellow. Yellow Roman cancels are activated like
Yellow's boring as
press
shit,
PK
man.
at the same time and you'll pop, or you can just press the macro. Yellow is what comes out when you do it on block and stops your opponent from pressing.
I missed that angle.
Your advantage in exchange for 50% of your bar. How much advantage? 10 frames. Personally, I don't think that this is nearly enough advantage, considering it can also be blocked and requires you to use 50% of your meter, which is the same as your combo extender, setup maker, and your this one's a bit hard to define, we'll get onto you later. Realistically, if I'm going to spend 50% of my meter for a move that often doesn't leave me close enough to take advantage of them 10 frames, I want something that's a bit more substantial, perhaps a knockdown like these fight nerds. As it stands, though, I don't really see much use of it.
Yeah, you know that move, dead angle?
Figure out how to make it useful. Once you see just how little value you get from it, it almost always feels like you're doing the wrong choice. Thankfully, the other 3 aren't such disappointments to the family.
Yeah, the yellow is by far the
All
worst.
serve different functions, but they all share that they have this circle that impacts your opponent, can all be drifted, where you can move in a set direction after it's been cast by dashing just beforehand, and can all have its wind-up time cancelled into a button with the correct timing. If you can't see how this might be useful, just look at the difference between an air dash and a fast RC cancel in the same direction. Hey, hold on a second, that's the movement I wanted from earlier, but now it costs bar, what the fuck? Replying that you just hit your opponent both on block and on a normal connection and launches the opponent with a set knockback if it hits. It's a super simple way of making combos extend. And while for the nerds this is a combo maker's wet dream, I think that it most strongly impact the people who haven't given up on being accepted by society. The launch property combined with the juggle system means that even without an idea of what you want to do with the RRC, you're still able to make that 50% feel worthwhile through a combo that ends up doing at least possible damage. Purple RC happens during the whiff or recovery of the move, and now the circle applies a slow effect. For the most part, it's used alongside the drifts in order to make for some pretty nasty mix-ups. The main thing to note here is that while I'm certainly not enough of a nerd to number crunch my way to a 2-way mix-up, when PRC doesn't actually connect to get me an opening, it feels like a massive waste, even when I have found a setup that makes it an applicable option. Spending 50% of your meter to end up back on someone's block feels like a very largely wasted opportunity, when the same meter could have been used to extend your combos, both in damage and in length, as well as being used for supers. This means that you're almost never going to use it at a longer distance, since even if you do successfully get that round that you were looking for, you spent what effectively amounts to somewhere between 50 and 8 damage to do so. Blue RC is a mechanic that I admittedly still haven't gotten my head around. The blue circle massively slows down your opponent so much that they might as well briefly turn elderly. The main purpose, from what my incompetence can gather, is that you can use it to punish whiffs that you normally would be able to, but personally I've not been able to find many applications for it. This mechanic might be one that people around my skill level, which is fairly middle of the road, don't employ, but gets utilised more by the high level players. I wouldn't know since I don't really watch tournaments and it's also really early days, and so not every single player is using every single mechanic. Initially I thought that this Roman cancel system was the best that it's ever been, and while I still haven't changed my mind in that idea, it's still the best mechanic Stride offers by a long shot. I think it's hard to compare it directly to the older Roman cancel system and call it better. When you combine the new Roman cancel system with drifting and fast RC, I see so much potential, a lot of which I wouldn't really want to put the time into.
Strong agreement right there, like the magic
system does make for one I
of the
have to
game.
give praise to. I might not
Just
want to
everything else
to
holding
learn how
back.
to use fast RC drifts on lock to open someone up, but No Life 69 can think about these different ideas both prior to a match and intuitively mid-match to really push more out of the system than a simple cancel system would be able to provide. I'm a large fan of when one option can cascade into many others, and while I think that that's something in a general that fighting games lack, I'm glad to see roaming cancels pack so much potential possibilities into one system that you can really fine-tune it into how you want to play. So it's unfortunate that I think that the meat has a core problem of everything costing the same, so it feels very flat and lifeless. You might think that this is an editing error, but it's not. I want to emphasize to you that this is probably one of my largest problems with fighting games in a general. Hardly any of them do anything interesting with their meter. When games have super meters as complex as you can choose between level 1 and a level 3 super, I want to roll my eyes so hard that they fall out of my skull and spin like a ping pong ball towards the nearest hydraulic press. These super meters don't really become an interesting choice. It becomes a case of this combo or pressure situation did or did not involve a super. You use this meter very passively in your thought process, which pries away any sense of satisfaction I get and becomes a non-option. I want to make it clear that this is not Stride's meter. I think that it's more complicated than that by a significant margin. Even without discussing how Faultless defense is tied to the bar, the forced choice between each of the roaming cancels and supers at least creates an interesting decision in what you're going to prioritize. Do you want damage or do you want a reversal option? Do you want something that might be able to help you open up a particularly stubborn turtle so long as you have the right setup? Do you like wasting your resource? This creates a scenario where you're actively engaging with the resources that you've been handed, and instead of wanting to bust out immediately, you might have to choose what's right for you. The thing is, because everything costs the same amount, you have no resource economy. Choices from one decision earlier might impact another, but only if you didn't succeed in the way that you had planned. With every option costing the same amount, you cannot cut yourself off from larger choices later because of smaller choices beforehand, or be forced to rely on less impactful resources in order to afford you the opportunity to gain more resources later. This makes this meter limited to right and wrong choices rather than a spectrum from good to bad. Faultless defense, which is the push block that uses meter to activate, does occasionally create this type of weighing up the options that I think is missing, but only when you're right about to bust and you're getting edged between the 50% mark, since the option is only applicable to on-block situations and doesn't drain enough to be felt when you're say between 0 and 35%. This makes for a resource with choices, but the kind of choices that are comparable to the moral binary of Bioshock. Do you do the thing that's clearly in the right, or are you the wrong blight on humanity that doesn't have the balls to kill children? Compare that to the resource systems that have more options tied to it with varied values, especially ones with meaningful low-cost options and impactful, powerful, high-cost options. Like, for example... Alright, I legitimately can't think of one outside of Guilty Gear. Ultra 4 does interesting things with its EX meter, but it squanders it with the Ultra meter and doesn't do anything with it defensively. If I remember correctly, BlazBlue also does some interesting things with its resources, but I'm not willing to learn another madly complicated fight game just for this video. A game like Plus R has different options that vary from 25 to 50% of your meter. You've got really strong supers, dead angles, and the one that makes the announcer use vocabulary the player base isn't familiar with at 50. And force roaming cancels and EX moves at 25. Using EX moves might cut you off defensively since you no longer have access to your defensive choices at 50, but that same EX move might cover you now to never put you in a position where you actually have to end up saving meter by not putting yourself in that position to begin with. That 25% could also play into your advantage and get you to a point where you're now putting someone in Okizeme situations and giving you even more bar. At that point, Faultless defense also becomes more impactful, since you're going to have to weigh up whether being a piss baby who can't just block is really worth losing your FRC and progress towards a super or dead angle. This to me makes for a meter that I perceive as one with more opportunity to create variable sets of choices on a spectrum from good to bad, rather than one that is right and wrong. And while I think you might be able to argue that YRC could potentially be an option, I legitimately don't think that any of these would be good for a rethink in its value. The problem is that combined with the drift system, all of these would be too strong to bring down their value. PRC might be a debatable contender, but then you have to get rid of the time stop, slowdown, and drift. But then you might run into the problem of characters like Axel becoming a nightmare if you don't pin them down from round start, which is kind of already an issue. I'm sure that many people don't see this as a problem, but as someone who'd rather see their meter as a currency rather than a timer that counts down to when I'm allowed to have fun, this bar leaves quite a lot to be desired from me. All of the options that are tied to it are great. I think they're unique, and while I wouldn't want the RC system to be something adopted by many other fighting games, the application here makes it one of the most enjoyable uses of meter in a game. I just wish that the meter that it was tied to was more interesting, especially defensively. Before I talk about the defensive systems, I should note that my defense isn't so much as poor, more in extreme poverty. I'm very bad at wrestling back control from the driving seat, maybe because I've developed a fear of using training mode to learn new things, maybe because I'm easy to read. And so it's obvious to me that I probably don't have the best understanding of the defensive game. So take this portion with a grain of salt the size of my ego when I say that while jump back is absurdly strong, faultless defense, just blocking, and YRC are not strong enough at the moment, and make for defensive situations where I'm always going to be looking for my opportunity to jump back to escape whatever they throw at me, rather than using faultless to create space, just block to sneak in openings, or YRC to create
noticeably
a
bad
situation. I think the faultless defense is actually pretty good in isolation. The problem comes in that there's just so many advancing specials, or moves like Solfares, that you're often not going to move your opponent any kind of significant distance to open up new opportunities for yourself. Faultless also increases the amount of hits by a massive 2 frames, and while this certainly doesn't change too much, it compounds on the problem of situations where push blocking is literally a waste of meter. I get that faultless is supposed to be a mechanic that slowly provides advantage through distance rather than filing a restraining order against your opponent, but because the block strings are very long, it doesn't feel like it'll make any difference to the situation whether or not you faultless, if there aren't enough hits to even force a whiff if you faultless every single hit. This was probably a concession that was made for instant faultless defense, which is a just block whilst you're also in faultless defense. A just block by itself makes it so that your character receives 0 pushback on block, leaving your opponent close to you and giving you some.
That's the link for the video if you want to watch it. It's a good, like I said, it's a good long video. I definitely enjoyed
the first strike parry on the ground requires you
he has a lot of good
within a
points.
6-frame window.
And I agree with most of them.
Research correctly. There seems to be a misconception that just blocks give you additional frame advantage as well, but from everything I've been able to find, this isn't actually true.
That does not give you frame advantage, that is a lie.
Although I'm confident that this is just me lacking wanting to find a use for it more than anything. Apparently you can use it to punish moves like Mega Fist, but I mean, I don't really care. That's not really important to the point I'm about to make. What I would like to use is instant faultless defense, which applies massive pushback to your opponent and also applies the additional frames of block stun. There's a catch though. You can't just do the already difficult just block input with faultless up. You have to do a just block and then return to neutral. This has some pretty huge problems, mainly being that if you want to do this during a block string, which would be the most ideal scenario, you're now going to have to risk a massive likelihood of missing the absurdly precise input and getting hit because you've just been forced to return to neutral in order to get the pushback that you were intending. Sometimes that pushback not even being enough to force your opponent away from the whiff that you were trying to force. There might be some balancing reasons for why it is this way. I wouldn't know because I don't play at the level where this becomes a factor for me. But that doesn't excuse the fact that this is extremely unintuitive. If someone says just block and faultless at the same time, you expect it to work as described. But a more accurate description would be just block and faultless and also flip this coin, guess heads if you're wrong, we kill your dog. And with a window so slim against an action that you have no control over, you're likely to never be able to implement it. In the 100 hours that I have been playing, I have seen 0 instant faultless defenses.
Yeah, that is no lie.
You've just
Nobody
to illustrate my
uses
point.
this
It's the
mechanic.
first time
It is
I've
like
ever seen this mechanic.
it's like who
I'm sure
uses
that some
it?
pro
It's
players
so hard to
it,
use, and it's
but
not
most
even
of us are
that
not professional
useful.
players. And more importantly, I don't care if the pros are using it. If 99% of the player base can't even make this mechanic appear. I understand that I'm English, and so I use this word incorrectly a lot. But when literally nobody has used this mechanic in 100 hours of playtime, even by fucking accident, I think that that should be good reason to sound that this mechanic doesn't fucking work alarm. And if faultless defense is not impactful for the reason that the instant variant exists, it needs to be given a disabled parking space to make it more accessible. I don't think that analogy works at all, but I'm assuming that you get the point that I'm going for. YRC has an entirely different problem that we've already discussed. It's extremely easy to access, but very infrequently a good choice to make, as the sacrifice you have to make for your meter isn't worth the outcome most of the time. As you might be able to tell, I think that the defensive systems are extremely weak at the moment, and because your choices are so limited, it can actually be effective. Once you're responding to someone else's pressure, it feels like you're playing pat cake with your opponent rather than trying to find the right opportunity to sync with a Shinbreaker. If the defense had more actual choices to make and not just responding to someone resetting pressure with up back, I think that it would make for a significantly more interesting game. This wouldn't even necessarily need to be by giving the defender more options, but by giving the oppressor more variety in how they can open someone up. But in order to do that, you'd likely have to reform and subsequently break the rest of the game as well. I think that in terms of universal mechanics, that's all I really have to say. Almost 20 minutes of it's not Exile later, so let's fast slash our way to the next disjointed pizza bar pizza. Yes, that is the analogy we're still on if you forgot. Characters. If you haven't already lost respect for me, I have good news. My choice in characters will send you into such an anger-fueled frenzy you'll likely have a heart attack, see the pearly gates, and request that God send a plague of dolphins upon me in a bitter sense of irony. Yes, I'm a degenerate. I like anime fights, this isn't really news. But aside from being fond of war crimes, I'm also a fan of things that are a little bit more respectable, like this white phosphorus that definitely wasn't intended for civilians. Insensitivity disguised as humorous side, I've laid out all of the mechanics beforehand because I've seen quite a few people on the electric cesspit that we call the internet claim that the characters aren't unique between them and all feel the same, which is entirely wrong. What I think that those people are trying to get at is the lack of flexibility in the universal mechanics that makes them play very similar from person to person, not character to character. This makes them feel like they're designed to fill certain roles like you're playing a hero shooter rather than be a character to mold into your own like in a fighting game. I want to acknowledge that this isn't an inherently bad thing, and there are examples of fighting games out there that lean into the roles of characters quite well, but most of the time these games have a decent amount of the cast be flexible enough that they actually cover 2 or 3 roles. Strive, however, has an entire cast of characters that are built around 1 or 2 tools, and depending on what those tools are will dictate whether you have a character that is varied, interesting, and relative to the other characters is entirely overloaded, or a character that has jump back S and crouching heavy. It might come as a surprise to you that somehow I ended up liking the characters that are A, the character where the dolphin's on screen so much that you could assume that May was the puppet, and B, the character that's definitely some form of phobic or ist, seeing how much he doesn't want other people near him, but believe me, I tried and failed to like any of the other characters. Or at least I failed to like playing as them, which I can't expect the game to accommodate for. Even though Dark Souls is one of my favourite games of all time, I'm not going to be having as good a time if you tell me to put away the weapon that screams I go to Japan and wonder where the subtitles are, and pick up a staff and start cosplaying as Gandalf, which isn't a flaw of the title. It's intentionally meant to be flexible and have more options to make it so that everyone can find a way to play that they like, rather than making every option one that every player will want to go for. The key to fight game is that they can't just be fun for the person playing as them, but they also have to be fun to play against. To some respect, I think that Strive fails its characters in this regard, but that's more because of the lack of universal systems never allowing them to be characters with a lot of expression. You might have expression through whether someone likes to grab a lot or how frequently they look for a frame trap, but many of the characters don't have interesting ways to do things with their toolset until they have some meter. It's a shame that we're all poor then, because we're not likely to gain enough meter to use the Roman cancel more than once, maybe twice at stretch per match. A lot of characters in the usual don't have full screen options, with many of the mid-screen options almost always leading to close quarters follow-ups because nobody benefits from distance. Except for Axel and some other exceptions, I'm omitting the ones that are obvious to the people that have already played it for the sake of brevity, because despite how long we've been here, I'm genuinely trying to keep this short. I certainly wouldn't want every character to have a long-range option that's good, but the consistent lack of full-screen choices makes even positional choices seem samey between players. Many matches between different people playing the same matchups will end up playing nearly identical because of this lack of opportunity for player expression. As a result, a lot of my time playing Strive at the moment feels like I'm fighting the character rather than the player, with the only major exceptions being in Celestial playing against some Fausts and Zatos who were so significantly better than me, all it did was remind me that the top rank is basically I've played some other fighting games before rank, where Jimmy Joe Silver and SF5 can get put up against literal TSM-sponsored Swedish basketball player. That leaves me feeling impartial towards most of the characters, and leaves those that I like playing against limited to the characters that can actually do a bit more outside of just wanting to be near you. A part of me likes playing against characters like Faust and Axel, characters who are actually doing things from full screen, and at least have the smallest amount of player expression by having toolsets that play into showing off how you choose to be a gigantic pussy, even if retreating jump S doesn't just need a nerf, it needs a public decapitation. Leo and Millia forced me to make predictions rather than just wait a situation out when they're up close, which is pretty fun, but characters like Kai and Ram are just repeating the same same cycle over and over again. Soul's frustrating to play against because he's a collection of all the worst balance choices that you can make combined, but his toolset is actually quite fun to play, both with in practice and against in theory, because of just how much you can make him work for you. Obviously, he's no fun to play against right now, because in his current state, it's like trying to wrangle a rabid Godzilla to sit down nicely for the vet. But when his frame data and damage numbers have been toned down to almost reasonable levels, I'd imagine that for many people, he'd be one of the most enjoyable matchups to be on the receiving end of. I don't think that it can be understated how annoying Mei is to play against. Not because she's extremely powerful, but because between these three moves, you might as well have the game make all the choices for you, both up close and when bypassing any kind of neutral. And speaking of annoying to play against, even if it's not very good, this fucking guy. I know that the auto guard on Fujin isn't very good, but just because it's easy to deal with doesn't mean that it's
I'm just saying
engaging
it's
to play
educational
against.
though. He
You
makes a
play
lot of
against
good points. It
RPs
may be
that
long,
throw
but I
shit all
like
the time,
the
and it's a constant
I
game
like the
of
points he makes.
non-stop.
He
I
brings
know
out a
that
lot
that's
of
why I'm
valid
playing the
points.
character, but I'm bored of responding to your poor decision making. The rest of the cast, however, I think is reluctantly fine. I guess lackluster is a better word that I would use for it. I don't ever particularly look forward to playing against any of these characters, but again, this is due to the universal systems lacking any kind of player expression, making defense, neutral, and offense lackluster to both play and play against. I think that might be why I like Axel so much, and ended up drifting away from characters that I thought I might enjoy, like Millia and Giovanna, since they lean into parts of the game I dislike more. With a game that's not got a lot to work with creatively in the close range, it makes for a game where I'm having the most fun in neutral and predicting what method of movement someone's going to approach with. Even when I'm not winning with Axel, I can start to enjoy it because it now becomes a game of fighting for my space again or trying to trick you into thinking that I'm trying to flee. I never really want to engage with the offensive or defensive points of the game I don't like, but now when I do and I'm forced to engage with it, it becomes an opportunity for player expression rather than the point that the whole game is built around. I'm unfortunately not exaggerating when I say that none of the other characters really did that for me, which might be why outside of Axel I can only enjoy Strive when I'm winning. I like Mei because she's an easy win brain AFK character, not because she's a character that's particularly interesting in gameplay. Axel fits my style so I can sometimes enjoy the game. I want to reinforce my point from earlier, that you're not going to enjoy every single character in the cast, but the fact that out of 16 characters I enjoy one of them sometimes is a sign to me that I'm not enjoying the game because I like the game as a whole. I'm enjoying the game because this one option is allowing me to offset most of my problems with it, though allowing me to not have a bad time should not be confused with having a good time. Unsurprisingly, in the time that it took to write the script, speak it out, and then also get to this point in editing, I'm not having that great a time with Axel anymore, and as a result, I'm not really enjoying Strive. I can enjoy other titles outside of the characters that I can play well, because I think that the universal mechanics are engaging enough to give me that sense of satisfaction and expression. Finding one character that you gel with a lot should be an enhancement to the title that you already enjoy intrinsically, rather than the only reason that you are enjoying the title. As a side tangent, I think that games that are built specifically for close-range engagements, like Strive, can be a good time. Just look at Tekken. It's a bit of an oversimplification to say that Tekken is only played at the close range, but it's clearly designed around its close-range gameplay. For that reason, it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but for the people that like that particular flavor of game, it's one of the best experiences that they can have. I might not like Sekiro, but for the people that like playing parry characters in Searchlight, I can see why they might have held it high as one of the best. If Strive had pushed to create for a more intricate close-up game with more emphasis on those defensive mechanics to make the process of opening someone up not just a game of, you've now decided to press P, or maybe you're up backing, I could see myself enjoying a lot more of the cast. But with so many of the characters wanting to be in your face where the game gets the least interesting, I don't see much value in the characters, and as such, I can only enjoy very particular sections of the game.
Alright, Flasher, you take care, man. Yeah, it's like, I think it's like 20
Overall, I
minutes
think
long.
the Strive's core gameplay loop leaves a lot to be desired. The main problem
it's
being
20
that the
minutes
movement
long.
naturally
That's
draws
what
you
you
into
can't
close
after
quarters, but that close quarters gameplay lacks any immediate sense of choice, both defensively and offensively. Block strings are simple and small, so there's a lot of emphasis on resets, at which point the mind game becomes, are they going to press to try and steal the advantage, jump to avoid the reset, or turtle up and do nothing. This is the core of most fighting games on block that allow you to jump and actually do something, and is certainly a good foundation to work with. but I'm not impressed by the groundwork of the game. I'm impressed by the house that was built on it. And while what's built right now functions just fine, nothing about it is particularly impressive. Especially since the sex basement that you built that is the Roman Council feels closer to a sex crawl space with how little opportunity there is to access it. This leaves me looking for more interesting things happening in the neutral, but the air movement means I never want to dodge and weave my way through a scenario, and most of the characters clearly aren't designed to be doing much at longer distances other than getting closer to each other. The spacing element of the mid-range can be kind of fun, but since it's all built to lead into a lackluster close quarters engagement, I find myself not wanting to experience it all like it's a terrible ending to an otherwise above average anime. The ending of Erased literally ruined the rest of the show, it's awful. You might assume that with everything that I've said, I hate this game, and I certainly haven't fallen in love with it, but despite how much I have to critique it, I still think that it's a decently well-made game. It just feels like there's nothing unique enough happening to offset the bits of negativity that stand out really hard, which leaves me not want to come back for seconds after I've already shoveled 100 hours of a mediocre fighting game into my mouth. That's admittedly a massive amount of time, and the only reason I spent 100 hours trying to get some entertainment from Strive instead of
25 hours and I was already feeling the way
is that it's got hands down the best netcode in the genre. I can't believe it's taken this many years for a major title to catch up with smaller games like Skullgirls, and every single game given third-party emulation networking through Fightcade, but Strive absolutely knocks it out of the park with its online play. Or at least, it certainly does once you're in the match. Everything else outside of the match feels like you're trying to navigate the rubble of Kvatch to find your setup. I reckon that now's as good a time as any to point out that the biggest thing holding this game back at the moment is the lobby system and the server communication times. I suspect that a lot of you have probably been shaking your head at everything I've had to critique so far, but I hope that we both agree that even for the people that do like Strive, every moment outside of the core game is near tragic. Normally menu navigation wouldn't even be a point to discuss. So if you haven't played Strive, take some time to think about just how bad it has to be to get a whole section of the video dedicated to it.
Oh, wait. Wait.
To the people skipping by in this video, Stripe's netcode is fantastic. It's probably helped by an extremely high player base for a fighting game, but I have never played a title that runs smoother online. The fact that rollback was a "we might have this if we get around to it" feature, and it puts every other game on the market to shame, almost justifies the asking price on its own. The connection to your opponent should be like good UI design. If it's done correctly, I should never even think about it. And outside of the first 3 days where I was shocked by just how much I could push a button and have it come out sometime within this century, I've nearly never looked at the ping. Compare that to Guilty Gear XR, and no matter how much I love the title, I can't help but fixate on the shit-stained pants, shoes, and shirt that it's wearing with the frame delay. I strongly believe that any other title going forward without rollback in the future is going to struggle severely because of just how strong a showing Strive has put in. So it's a shame that it's tied to have a hotel with less questionable activity and a main menu that takes so long to connect to, you could assume that I was sending my packets via carrier pigeon. On the topic of the main menu, not only should it not take 2 full minutes to connect to your basic entry point to the features of the game, I've got a feeling it's only going to get worse as time goes on, unless it's actively addressed. I say that because every single time I want to revisit Dragon Ball FighterZ, it seems to take longer and longer to connect to the lobbies online as well. If Arc System Works hasn't been able to fix this problem in an old title that seems to be extremely similar, if not identical, then I don't see this being fixed in this title unless people start specifically voicing concern while the game still has developers on it. Knowing how game dev goes, it's likely that by the time this video is released, the amount of active developers has plummeted for the title already. But if they're putting out DLC, we still might have a shot at getting this resolved, if we make enough of an argument that this would significantly benefit the whole player base if they were to optimize this process. On the other hand, the lobbies in the rank system are a mess, but realistically, I think that there's been so much work put into it and so much of the game has been built around it that we're likely to not see this get significant improvements ever. I've seen quite a lot of people voice complaint about the visuals of lobbies, and while I also took the same low-hanging fruit of
that's how bad it is,
5 words ago, that's far from the core of the problem. And some people don't like the way Ultra Kill looks, so I don't think that anyone can be trusted to judge visuals in all honesty. The two actual problems are the dual stations themselves and the ranking ranking system. The problem with the duel stations are mostly optimization, but also in part design. One of the problems is that even inside of ranked lobbies, you can see your opponent's character beforehand and get a general idea of how much time they've put into them, but not probably the most vital piece of information that is how likely I am to see teleporting like Darcy having a seizure because of Wi-Fi. I've heard the criticism that Wi-Fi indicators and ping being displayed before a match takes place leaves players with connections that aren't stable locked outside of the game and unable to play. And I certainly feel like this is a valid problem. But I shouldn't have to leave my gameplay experience up to chance, and not letting me know what peer-to-peer connection I'm about to be playing in is like playing a game of League of Legends, but the server I'm going to be connected to is randomized. Being able to see someone else's character can also have another problem, in that people can just avoid playing against specific characters. I'm certainly not against that in an unranked match, but in a competitive environment, it makes for a ladder system that's easy to manipulate by intentionally playing matchups that put you in an advantage. That's if you can even get into a match. Failed to obtain duel station information is a message that will be burned into your retina if you play this game for any significant amount of time. The message is some kind of server error for these specific ports, and simply does not connect you, and you have to walk over and find a new station for what seems to be no reason. The worst part is that somebody can be on a setup, but nobody can connect to them on the other side because the other person is getting a duel station information error. So they stand there waiting for people to connect, but nobody ever does. A lot of your time playing, whether that be a ranked or a normal match, will be running around trying to find a station that you're able to connect to, and then waiting for someone else to also stop questioning if they're suffering exponential packet loss to get on the other side, and occasionally not even being able to do that. I legitimately think that this will end up hurting the longevity of the title, because even for a lot of us who are intending to go into the game and play it for more than 2 to 3 weeks, the technical problems make the title hard to engage with for longer periods of time. It didn't keep me back enough to stop me from reaching the top rank. In any other game I'd probably consider this quite an achievement, but in Strive it feels more like an inevitability of time rather than a display of skill. Strive is a unique little butterfly that doesn't have a traditional rank system, where your skill is displayed with a numerical value. Instead you go from floor to floor without any point system, or at least without a point system that's shown to you as a player. Each floor dictates a new rank, 10 standard floors and a not so hidden 11th floor called Celestial. Parts of this system are excellent. Even though the duel stations seem indecisive about letting you connect to them, the floors do a good job of keeping players at higher skill levels from beating up the new players like college students put into a boxing ring with preschoolers. Not by disallowing those matches to happen, but by making the children have to request it. Players at higher rank can't access the floors of those below them, but players at a lower rank can access the ones above them, with the exception of Celestial, which is locked away until you rank up past the 10th floor. This allows the players that really want to challenge themselves to do so, but also leaves the players at the higher end of the skill ceiling to be able to not have to deal with the admittedly pretty boring task of beating up players that are significantly below their skill level. Celestial is also unique in that while you can't go down between normal floors, Celestial players can go down and play in floor 10 lobbies. At first this might seem like an extremely dumb thing to do, but when you consider that many people will get to Celestial with their main, and then want to learn another character without having to be put up against players that are now much better than them because they're learning a new character, I think that this was the right choice, as it allows them to breathe a little and learn new characters in an environment that isn't overwhelming. But the system is still unfortunately pretty flawed. Note how earlier I said Celestial was for the higher end of the skill ceiling rather than the highest. Celestial is just way too easy to get into, and I think that's proven by the fact that I managed to get into Celestial twice. And while I'd say that I'm at least competent at fighting games, I'm extremely far from the top end of the player base. This makes Celestial a fine environment for me to play in. However, if you're a top player, which this section is designed for, you're going to find that the floor has a massive skill group of players in it, ranging from your local friend that can't make it out of the qualifying stage of tournaments to Justin Wong and the guy that parried Justin Wong so hard that he made from one of the only times that fighting games have been culturally relevant esports-wise. I want to say that this is more a problem of Strive selling better than expected. They probably made a rank system to accommodate the amount of people that would stick around after the first week, but now 2 months later they're still here and there aren't enough ranks to keep everyone preoccupied. Either way, that doesn't excuse the fact that ranking up and down is downright archaic, since there's no communication as to how close or far you are to ranking up, aside from a brief message that sometimes appears in the pre-match that I can't show you because I'm now Celestial, but also because the ranked matches in Strive are 3. Best of 3 or first of 3? No, just 3. Regardless of win or loss count, Strive kicks you out of your ranked matches with your opponent after the 3rd game. A game limit is important. It makes it harder for people to grind against one particular person for points like you can inside of titles without that limit like Tekken 7. Strive doesn't do anything else to try and stop that, but that's not the point here. The problem is that you're just playing 3 games as opposed to matches towards a goal like a first 2 or a best of 3. In situations where game 1 goes to one player and the next 2 go to another, or 3 games go to just one player, this is fine. When a player wins the first 2 games and then loses the last, it feels like someone is being forced to declare a loss in an MMA fight, but it's also reluctantly forced to kick the winner in the balls as you both leave. That is to say, it feels like a competitive cliffhanger that leaves neither player satisfied, as you don't have the games to see if your opponent has adapted and you can't figure out what they've changed, or if they just got lucky. All of these combined leave the ranked system feeling like it's tacked onto the system but with negative thought put into it. A shame all in all, considering that it's probably the way that most people are going to be accessing the game for the most part, because God knows that there isn't anything worthwhile in the single player. And would you look at that? If it isn't our old friend, the I clearly don't like fighting games as a genre, I just like good video games star. This is a problem that the whole genre suffers from. I can't believe that games still get away with glorifying 8 bot matches in a row, calling it arcade mode, and then have people willing to turn around and defend it like these are worthwhile inclusions to the title. Maybe that's me being bitter. Bot matches can be quite valuable to players that don't have the internet available to them that allows them to play online. So I wouldn't want arcade mode gone, and I wouldn't deem it reductive to the product by any means. I just think that if this was any other genre where matches were under 20 minutes, we'd look at the arcade mode as the main source of offline gameplay and go, this isn't just filler, it's bad filler. At least the arcade mode in Strive does try a little bit harder than most. The final segment of each character's arcade run introduces a modifier to the match that makes the battle feel unique. And since it comes right at the end and is supposed to be a surprise, I guess I'll put a spoiler warning here for the people that care about it. Yes, it is an hour into the video, fuck off. The modifier is a double battle. You and an AI-controlled partner take on a high HP mobile version of Nagoriyuki. At first I was quite charmed by this. It was quite novel to see a game that doesn't really seem too keen on being considered bullshit throw it out the window for a power trip final level. And had it remained a novelty, I probably would have liked it quite a lot. But as I went through each of the characters and found out that all of them were 2-on-1s against the same character,
Dramatic battle.
playing as him, I was left a little bit disappointed. Especially
gonna lie, that
since I
shit's
was forced
funny.
to turn my brain
That
off for
shit's
8
funny.
minutes to get there. I just found out, however, that if you win every single round of every single match that comes beforehand, you won't be treated to a double battle. Instead, you will be treated to quite literally the worst boss fight that I have ever engaged with. Here's my live
I would
reaction
like
to
a
that.
tag team version of this game with better mechanics. It'd actually be pretty fun.
Are you fucking serious? Why is that not here at all? Also, have you noticed that whilst he's in Blood Rage, he gains meter? That's fun. Why does he have such fucking HP if you're gonna make it a single battle? It's so fucking boring. You're telling me this fucking more? Are you fucking serious? I'm going to assume that this was pretty low on Arc System's priority list, however. Considering just a year after the announcement for the game drop, everyone was forced to work from home, I don't think it's too fair to point out that it's lackluster when I'm sure that everyone on the team also knows that, but had to spend the last year adjusting to working from home. And if the Asian game industry is anything like the English one, the pandemic left most of their staff's motivation converted from working on games to collecting the most sturdy ropes and the least sturdy chairs. I'm sure that they would have had more done with it had they been given the normal working conditions. I guess it's just a bit unfortunate that what's there doesn't have a lot going on. There's also survival mode, where you go on an endless set of matches against bots. But if there was very little life in the arcade mode, survival must be a future vision of the heat death of the universe. It's literally bot matches at an endless spree, with nothing interesting that occurs. Trying to glean anything from this mode is almost impossible. The arcade mode is basically plain white bread with some butter. Giving me more bread and taking away the butter isn't going to make me enjoy it.
But
I guess
bread.
the only other thing I
I
should
love
mention is
bread.
the story, which... Alright, I'm going to be totally honest here. I started with this for an hour and I just gave up. The story is paced somewhere between a crawl and roadkill, and while that might be fine for some, it's personally a slowness that I've never been able to deal with, especially considering it feels like an exposition dump inside of a universe that is also in itself an exposition dump. So instead, I watched on YouTube at double speed in
Let's see if
English
they fix the
and came to
game first.
conclusion that it's so
That's
far
more
away from my
important.
sphere of interest, trying to critique
Care less
it
about the
would
modes
be
if the game's not fun.
boredom. I mean, more than there already is. This is not the part of Guilty Gear that's made for me. Instead, it's the music, gameplay, and the visuals. So in order to not do anything that might end up hurting my reputation even more, I'll just bury my head in the sand and go, I'm sure someone out there likes it. But speaking of hurting my reputation, do you remember when I said I don't think anyone should be allowed to judge the game graphically? Let's prove myself correct with a contradiction. If anyone's afraid that I'm going to say the Strive looks bad, I'd like to remind you that the baseball bat from earlier was made from what keeps me dense, not what keeps me on the waiting list for a lobotomy. The game looks like potentially the best thing you'll ever see if you're into the anime aesthetic, but it's not so aggressively Japanese that it makes you embarrassed to have it within your sightlines, search history, and sexual fetishes. I think that the UI looks extremely bland, but I can at least justify that it makes for more space for the characters and stages to shine. And if you think that there's any more stage deserving of praise than Axel's, you're statistically wrong. There's so much life going on in this stage with so many moving parts and vibrant colours that it makes any other stage lacking identity by comparison. But that might no mean shouldn't apply to them. Axel's is just such a massive highlight. That doesn't mean that there aren't some minor annoyances going on. My main one being how Risk is displayed so small that you can't tell how much of it has been built up without directly looking for it. This becomes a large problem when your eyes are darting around the screen towards the end of a life, trying to take in all of the information around you and see whether a risky escape from the corner is worth it. The combo counter looks like it's got the personality of plain rice uncooked in a clear bowl, so frustrating that it was to me that I felt the need to make a whole video about it, and then unlist it because I realized how small a problem it was for something that ironically was so fucking large. The big issue is when the game wants to emphasize a counter hit, not because emphasizing a major gameplay element that a lot of players don't understand is a bad thing, but because it does so by slowing down the whole game. I've had quite a few situations that
I don't like to slow down. It feels because it throws up the timing.
But nothing comes out because the slowdown is so dramatic that it messes up the timing to the point where my combos become less effective because the game basically pauses midway through the match to explain the implications of counting. I think that the game without the slowdown has a fine attempt of alerting the player to the scenario, mostly by drawing in the camera close and writing the words counter on the screen. And if this was the only aesthetic choice made, I'd actually be massively in favour as a good way to
oh look, counter, okay, that's fine.
Causes the player to lose any sense of rhythm, making it feel
you don't really see much after
the
that.
game. I'll be totally honest, I've gotten used to it now, and I think that there's an extremely strong argument that you could make towards the pause being a good thing. But I'd be lying if I said this wasn't a learned comfort, and for the first 60 hours, it really messed with my flow and derailed my plans like it was a discussion around aesthetics right at the end of my mechanical
It's like you don't need to blurt it in my face like that all the time, and blurt a whole bunch of nothing happens.
Isn't the best song? You're literally wrong.
All you need to know, always one or two things of you.
For everything I've got to say, I don't want people to leave this video thinking that I hate Strive. I know that it looks that way, and I'm standing over the corpse of the game that I just tore to shreds, but I promise you that the knife that I'm holding was used to kill Granblue. I just don't think that I've ever put so much time into something, trying to like it, only to be returned with a middling feeling of, it's fine, with a sprinkling of, I'm incredibly bored on top. This game does have very strong positive elements, and not only the obvious ones, like how drop-dead gorgeous it is. The roaming cancel system is such a simple idea with incredibly interesting ramifications on how it could affect the game. You've got a nice blend of characters from extremely simple to decently complicated, and the netcode means that in 4 years' time, when the player base is only a fraction of its current height, you'll still be able to find an acceptable match anywhere in the world. But none of that outweighs that so much of the game feels restrictive. To the meter, the cancel system, the movement, it really feels like you're constantly having fun slapped out of your hands anytime it starts to get really interesting. Strive finds a middle ground of trying to appeal to everyone without doing anything particularly spectacular. I understand that video games are products and not children to be cradled on like some FGC members that throw a tantrum anytime you even look on a game that they like. But I'd rather something be out there and polarizing in its quality rather than play it safe and be unimpressionable. For some people, I'm sure that this is fine. Not every single title has to be a 10 out of 10. But when the asking price rivals the tax that Jeff Bezos hasn't paid and the season pass costs the GDP of Somalia, you really have to pull out all of the stops and make something fantastic. So Strive doesn't tickle my cock and suck me dry like I wanted. So I should should in theory be looking for it to change. But seeing as how many people are enjoying it, I don't necessarily think that the game would benefit from seeing the dramatic changes that I want to make it more enjoyable. This makes me feel like a bit of a hypocrite, the way that you're staring at me contradict myself in the closing minutes, but also fuck you. Clearly there's something in the general game flow that appeals to people, and while I understand it the same way that I understand Mandarin, much like your typical English tourist in Asia, it starts to get unfair to request changes just to accommodate me. And even with a lack of understanding, it's not going to stop me from popping in whenever there's new DLC. But I was really looking for a new game to light the fighting game fire under my arse the way that the previous game in the franchise did, not make me feel the same way that I do about Skullgirls and pick it up and drop it without care. At the very least, I can tell that people are enjoying this as an introduction to a genre that's often convoluted and hard to understand. So perhaps the real gift of Strive is a new generation of fighting game players. It's fucking not. I didn't spend £55 on, oh, somebody else likes it, but at least that's some kind of 6 out of 10 takeaway. I know that I'm stuck by this game because my heights were set so high and it didn't deliver. But once I cool off and take apart what's already there, I still see a title that's nearly entirely run-of-the-mill in some nice packaging that feels bad to work with. I don't see why everyone's showering it in praise, but it also didn't leave a strong enough impression on me to find a reason to care. And so much like the rest of Strive, that's fine.
Yeah. He's like me, man.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Holy shit, she actually looks so cool!
Yeah, it's a really good video. I tell you, like I said, what's up, Daniel? How you doing, dude? Yeah, we're just watching this review. Like honestly, this is the best review of Guilty Gear Strive on the net. This guy really nails it in so many areas. I agree with 85-90% of his stuff. Like, I really agree with it. It's just, my God, he just hits the nail on the head in so many ways. But yeah, Strive is just, it lacks creative expression. I feel like the game tells me I can't have fun. It literally, I feel like the game is just constantly telling me not to have fun. It's like, oh, you want to do that? Oh, you can't do that. We can't let you do that. We don't want you to play the game. Oh, we don't want you to play like your own playstyle and actually figure things out. No, you have to play like this, like all the other kids do. You got to be like everybody else. That's what the game feels like. It's just constantly telling me to do. I cannot do what I want to do. You know, the game just like, nope, fuck you. You're going to play this way. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out. That's what it feels like when I'm constantly playing this game. I'm trying so hard to be different and create something, and I can't. It's like you put me in a sandbox and I can't play with any of the toys. That's what it feels like. And then the game's basically refereeing me the whole time, telling me, blowing the whistle on me, oh, you can't do that. That's illegal. You don't want you to do that. Oh, no. You can't do that. Don't have fun. God for fucking bid you have fun and do what the fuck you want, 'cause fuck you. Like, that's what it feels like when I'm playing Strive. It really feels like they want me, they say, go and play, but then here's all these fucking rules of what you can't do. Just this big, long list of 1,000,000 rules that you cannot do. But have fun. Exactly. Like when I play Melia too. I play Melia, and you know what? You want to know what I feel like when I play Melia? I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm just living in what's his name? What's the best Melia player in the world? What's his name? Lord. What's his name? Lord Knight. I literally just feel like, oh look, it's Lord Knight number 20, Lord Knight number 21, because I do the same thing that Lord Knight does. I don't want to, but I have to because the game doesn't let me go outside that box. So I feel like and then I see other people play Melia, they play like Lord Knight does. Like they do the exact same combos, the exact same setups, the exact same pressure. It's all the same. It's so homogenized. It's like, no, you're going to play this character this one fucking way because it's the only fucking way to play it. And yeah, oh man, you're in Celestial. I got the Celestial. I'm not joking. I got the Celestial in 6 matches. I won 6 matches, and I was Celestial. I was like, ooh, I'm so fucking special. I'm in the best tier. Holy crap, if it's that easy for me. And I'm not saying I'm a god at Guilty Gear. I'm pretty damn good. But it's just one of those, like, yay? Nobody fucking cares? Nobody gives a shit if you're in Celestial. It doesn't mean jack crap. God, man, this game is made for wankers, man. Game is just made for fucking, like, people that don't want to put any effort into it. It's made with that whole mindset in mind is, like, it's almost like the game is disrespecting your intelligence. I really believe that. Like, I'm not saying all humans are dumb. There's a lot of smart people in this world. But I feel like the people that are smart, that want to go beyond what the game has to offer, the game just disrespects your intelligence. It's like, oh yeah, all that shit you're talking about, that's dumb. You know, they basically just shuts you down. I feel like I'm so disrespected because I want to do more than what the game lets me. It doesn't respect me at all. The game does not respect me as a player. Well, I'm hoping with the October update, which is supposed to be a game changer based on what they said. They said it's supposed to be more fun and more and deeper. So it's going to be more complex. So I'm hoping that we're going to see some major evolution. I'm hoping they take like all the feedback from people and they realize that, hey, we need to expand the game. Like, the game is just not working the way it is now. People are getting tired of the game. You see the player base is dropping. And I'm noticing people are actually running back to the older games. Like, I've seen a couple people that are like really big time Guilty Gear players. They're running back to the old games. They are. And that's not a joke. Like, I've seen a lot of people that run back to Zerd. They're running back to XX. Or they're just playing something else. I see it, and I think I think a lot of times people are just playing it like the guy said in the beginning of the video, playing it because it's novelty, because everybody else is playing. So I have to play it because I gotta be, FOMO. I gotta be inclusive of everything. They play it because it's the only game that's out. It's a new Guilty Gear game. The Guilty Gear fans are obviously trying to give it a chance, which is fine. I did the same. But I feel like people just play it because there's nothing else. So, oh well, let's just make the best. Even though it tastes like shit soup, oh well, it's better than nothing. But I don't want shit soup. Or like the guy I met, was it butter on bread? Just more bread. Bread sandwich. That sounds so delicious. With a side of butter. Man. Give me that mayo on white, dude, because oh man, that sounds like the best meal ever. Because, boring ass tuna fish sandwich. Let's not have all the fixins. Let's not have all the awesome stuff that comes with a good sandwich. Let's make that shit fucking as basic bitch sandwich as you can. No. I agree. Like, I never dissed on the Roman cancel system. Believe me, I actually praise the Roman cancel system. The Roman cancel system has a lot of good ideas, like the drifting. It's like, dude, this is good shit. I can see potential. I think the drift needs to go all directions. I think you should be able to do diagonal drifts. I don't think you can. I think it's go left, right, up, down. They should be able to do diagonals too. But yeah, I agree. The Roman cancel system is really evolved. The problem is everything else that works in conjunction with it is de-evolved. So you have this complex mechanic where everything else is shallow. Also, the frequency at which you use that mechanic is so limited. You barely Roman cancel in a match. You do what, 2? On average, 2? Oh boy, 2 cancels. Oh man, stop the presses. Like, 2? Really? 2? Man, when I'm playing, like, Guilty Gear Xrd, I do, like, 4, 5, 6, 7, sometimes more, depending on the match. But also, remember, in Xrd, there's different types of cancels that cost different meter. That's why also XX was good, because you had force breaks. There was other ways to use your meter in different ways. But this game is just like, nope, it's just a flat 50 across the board. And it barely, and you don't, and the only way it goes up fast is when you do positive. Like, I noticed without the Roman cancel, literally, if you gutted the entire Roman cancel system in Guilty Gear Strive, you would have Street Fighter. You would have Street Fighter 5. I'm not joking. You would have Street Fighter. The Roman cancel system's the only fucking time the game gets to really express itself. When you take that away, there's nothing there. It's fucking shallow as shit. It is just literally fishing footsies. It's like, look, Street Fighter, oh boy, let's play footsies all day. Do safe moves until somebody opens up. And then the mix-up game is so limited because the button presses are so, you can only do certain gatlings. And a lot of times you see it's like the most complicated mix-up in that game without Romans is like low kick, dust. Oh, look, low hit, high hit, low hit, overhead. Oh, that ended. Okay, back to neutral. The Guilty Gear Xrd and XX, man, it was like when someone pressured you, it was like, oh man, that shit's scary, man. It's just like, holy fuck, you better go up, down, up, down, down. Like you're in a situation where you're like, okay, I gotta make good reads. Strive doesn't feel like that at all. It just feels like it's just so simple. Like most of the stuff you can just block low. You really can. Most stuff is you can block low, except the occasional overhead. And then it's back to blocking low. And then, like you said, the only way to escape the pseudo pressure with certain characters is jump back. Because it's a free meterless option and it's really strong. Because look, it's chicken blocking. I don't have to worry about anything because if I jump back, you can't hit me because I'm safe against it. The only thing that jumping back doesn't protect you from is grabs. That's it. But jump back is your best option. Even when I was playing, it's like, wow, there's no reason to use shield blocking. There's no fucking reason to use instant blocking. I better just jump back because it's free. Yeah, it's like, seriously, you put Strive and Guilty Gear Xrd Pro Match high level play, it is a way different game. Like, holy shit, you see Xrd, it's intense, man. You see high level play, it's fucking intense, dude. It's sick. And you see some crazy reversals and that shit, oh man, it's just disgusting. But man, when you see Strive, it's just boring to watch, man. Like, I mean, I know I'm like ridiculing the high level players, but I almost want to tell them, like, man, do you like having your hands tied behind your back when you play a game? Is that what you like? Like, even when I'm watching, what's his name? Not Deska. Fab. He's the best Potemkin in the world. He's boring as shit to watch in fucking Strive. Like, I watch him in Xrd. He's fucking entertaining to watch in Xrd. Xrd, it's like, damn, that's scary. That's a scary Potemkin. But then you watch him in fucking Strive, it's like, wow, this is boring. Real boring. It's like almost insulting to his intelligence. Like, I'm not making fun of him as a player. He's a really good player. I just feel like the game insults his intelligence. Because he's capable of so much more. And the game basically tells him, no, you can't do that. Because, I know he wants to play Guilty Gear. I sometimes want to ask these people, like these pro players, and I'm like, are you really enjoying the game? Or are you just doing it because that's all there is? Like, you're doing it because you're forced to like it, because that's what's out. There's no other reason to play it otherwise. You like if Xrd had rollback netcode and it was updated, would you run back to that or would you stay on Strive? I bet you majority of them would run back to Xrd. That's no joke. The only people that are going to stay on Strive are the people I honestly believe are the ones that don't play fighting games, are the ones that are from other games that don't like Guilty Gear. I think the Guilty Gear fans would actually play older games if there were an option with rollback netcode. I think Xrd with rollback netcode, and if it was updated with maybe a couple new characters, people would flood to that shit. The Guilty Gear player would like, see ya. I'm gonna go play a good game. I believe that. But even Zato, you ever see how Zato plays? Like, it's his setup and his combo is the same. Everybody does the same shit. It's always the jump frog hit, low slash, low hard slash, and then the jump frog again, low slash, low hard slash, drill or whatever, super. And then they do that, like, I think forward kick or whatever, the dust kick in the middle of the setup. Like, it's the same fucking thing, man. It's like, oh my god, it's like the pressure string doesn't change. It's just, it's so scripted. And you see every Zato do it. So every Zato, like, even though he's the most complicated character in the game, he feels homogenous. He just, because everybody it's like a script kiddie. Everybody just playing on that script. Everybody copies that script. You see it with every character. Everybody plays the same. I'm not joking. You watch like Kai's, you watch, it doesn't matter what character, Maze, they all do the same shit. They all do the same combos. They all do the same setups. It's like, oh my god, it's like, does anybody, like, I can't tell one Mei from another. Like, when you see a Mei play, you're like in Xrd, you're like, that's that person's Mei. Because they use that Mei way different than another Mei. Same thing with, like, Soul or even Kai. You see one Kai, you haven't seen them all. But in this game, it's like you've seen one Kai, you've seen them all. It really feels that way. I really don't feel that there's much variety in terms of gameplay style. They force you to play a very specific way. They don't want you deviating from that style. It's like, no, this character plays this way, and you can only play it this way, because that's the way we designed it to be played. There's no experimentation. There's no, like, anything secret about it. And then you look at, like, certain moves don't get used at all. Like for example, Kai. Who the fuck uses Dragon Install? Nobody. Nobody uses Dragon Install. It's a worthless super. Because guess what? There's better things in the game that are more valuable resource-wise to use than that fucking dumb super. It's like, oh look, Dragon Install, yay! Doesn't help much. It really doesn't. I'd rather use a Roman cancel or do his other supers. Because the match will be over. So it's like you have, like, matches are not designed to last long in Strive. They're meant to go stupid quick. The match is over in, like, what, 10 seconds? Like 10, 15 seconds on average a round? It's way faster than Xrd. Xrd matches last a lot longer. The only time the Strive matches last a while is when people are turtling. And, people are just blocking everything and not doing anything. That's the only time it lasts a long time. Other than that, it's usually just, it's over really fast. Like 2 combos, you're dead. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel, see, that's cool that you try to at least do something different, and that's fun. It's nice to do something. It's nice to be your own player. Like you're like, that's my chip. That's my meal. That's me. I did that. Not I copied somebody else, or oh look, I play like every other person. I don't like feeling that way. It sickens me to the core, dude. Like, I feel like if you have to play a fighting game where you just literally just follow a preset script, if that's all fighting games was just handed me a manual and go do all this in this order all the time, you'll always win. If you literally did that to me, you think I'm gonna play the fighting game? Fuck no. I'd be like, fuck you. I'm done. I'm not even gonna waste my breath. Not even gonna try. I'll just quit. I'll just be like, you know what? You can keep it. I don't give a shit, about this game. This game's trash, man. Don't even let me fucking play it. Let me figure things out and let me explore and discover myself. You don't. There's none of that. It's like, God, man. I don't understand what's like, do developers have like a thing against people being unique? Like, are they that scared that people stand out amongst somebody else, because they don't want people to feel like they're outcast because, oh, look, this player is so much better than me, and I'm going to get hurt my butt for feelings because I'm not on their level. It's like, if anything, it should be like you aspire towards that. You're like, oh man, I'm going to outdo that dude. I'm going to be better than him. I'm going to make my own character. I'm the top. I can see the drive with being competitive. I can see it. That aspiration to aim for higher. And when you deny that ceiling to be higher, there's no reason to put any energy into it. It's an artificial ceiling. It's like everybody is at the top already. Like, I feel like they start everybody off at like imagine like a mountain being climbed. You just start everybody at the middle or the near the top, and then you take a couple steps. Look, you're at the top. Yeah, you climbed the mountain. That's what it feels like. It's so underwhelming. There's no accomplishment in it. It's no different than when you jump on Celestial. It's like, look at me, I literally lifted 2 fingers of effort, and now I'm the best in the world. Yay, so is a million other players that are the best in the world. Nobody fucking cares. It feels so shallow. So, to me, it's like, wow, I sure want to be part of that crowd. Nah, I'm good. I'll do the opposite. I want to be the worst player in the world, because I'll at least nobody will be bad as me. It's like everything's backwards sometimes, I think, with the world. Like, stupidity and regression is rewarded instead of advancement and intelligence. It's better to do less and be like everybody else and not try and bitch and complain you don't get your way. That's rewarded. That's what's rewarded. Not fucking effort, not fucking hard work, not fucking, trying to be unique. None of that shit. Fuck those ideas. Those people are stupid. That's what I feel like fighting games have become. All that shit, the expression part, the individuality, all that stuff doesn't matter with these games. A lot of the new games that just don't matter anymore. They don't want you expressing yourself. Yeah, I saw Rev Zero, but I'm talking about an official game. I just want Rev 2 to have actual rollback. That'd be good enough for me, but I really don't think our System Works is going to do it. I think our System Works is going to be like, nah, we're good. We don't care about Rev 2 anymore. It's an old game. Nobody, they feel in their eyes nobody gives a shit about Rev 2. I was like, yeah, well, cause also too, I don't think they want a conflict of interest with their own game. For people playing, why would you want to take people away from Strive? If anything, you want to push Strive in the right direction to get everybody to play it, but also build on it and make it a better game. Which I'm hoping they do, not just double down and just do the same shit. They're like, yeah, we're just going to keep adding more characters and not change anything, and just keep it the same. If that's all they do, the game's dead. The game is going to die so fast. I promise you, the game is going to fucking die. I will be there, and I'll be like, told you so. Man, look at that. I'm calling it. Guilty Gear Strive will die a horrible death if they just keep doubling down on what they're doing and don't change a goddamn thing. If they just leave it exactly the same and just, oh yeah, we're just going to keep adding characters like they did with Granblue. They did the same shit. Oh yeah, we're not going to fix the netcode. We're not going to fix the game. We're just going to keep adding more characters, and this game's dead anyway. It's like Samurai Showdown, same thing. Nobody fucking cares about Samurai Showdown. It's a dead game. But we're going to keep adding characters. Game's fucking dead, man. Give it a rest. Nobody cares. That's what Tribe's gonna happen. Oh, look, we're on season 3 with more characters, but they didn't change any of the gameplay. It's all the same. Yeah, who fucking cares? It's like, let people express themselves. God damn it, man. Why is that such an... I don't understand why companies seem so against that nowadays. What is it that's so bad about being unique? Why is that a bad thing? I don't get it. Ugh. I don't. I just don't get it. I really don't. It like gives me such a headache. It's really irritating, man. It stresses me the fuck out. We'll see what happens with Jacko. I'm not. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Oh, I know. They focus on accessibility. Of course they do, because we want to make sure that all the casuals and the people that don't really care about Guilty Gear. But what's that old saying? Like, you weren't there for my worst, so why should you support me at my best? You know, like that whole thing. That's what it feels like. You know, it's like all these people are woke to Guilty Gear, when Guilty Gear is at its least desirable iteration. So it's like you're woke to it at its worst possible form. Oh man, Guilty Gear's hard, so fucking deep, so oh my god, it's the best game ever, and like, and again, it's just that whole woke thing. Oh man, look how woke this guy is. Well, where were you when Xrd came out? Where were you when XX came out? They heard crickets. They didn't fucking give two shits about those games. Oh, because everybody else is fucking playing it. Oh, man. So woke, bro. Irritating, man. I know I come off as a huge negative Nancy. Like, I'm super negative. But it's like, I'm negative because I care. I really do care. Like, I'm so passionate about Guilty Gear. Like, God, I wish I could, like, I don't know. You guys don't know me. Like some people here know me really well. But I am extremely passionate about Guilty Gear. So that's why I'm so vocal about it, because I just, it crushes my heart when I see Guilty Gear take the path it's taking right now, where it deserves so much better. Like, I feel like people telling people, this is just the surface of this series. Like, oh my god, this is training wheel shit, man. It's like come on, dude. Like, look at this game at its full focus potential. When you look at the previous titles, go, whoa, like, it's so fucking amazing. I don't know. I just don't know. What are these people looking for? I don't get it. I think a lot of times people just don't want to try. I really believe that. I think a lot of people are so scared of failing and trying, and they just immediately dismiss it, or because it's not popular, they immediately dismiss it because they're not inclusive of the it's FOMO. They're not inclusive of what's popular now, or it's because it's too difficult and I don't want to put any effort into it. Because God forbid I have to try. I felt like when I played Xrd, honestly, when I played day one, I felt I was very respected in terms of the game respected me because I learned the mechanics. And obviously you could tell when I'm playing somebody that doesn't try or doesn't have that knowledge. Like, it's very noticeable who the experienced player is. This game, it's like, you don't need to know anything. You really don't. You can just be unga bunga, a big old baby. Just anybody, a 2-year-old can play this shit, and they'll function just fine. Like, oh, accessibility, and then you're like, why is a no-name, beginner playing a high-level player and beating him? because bullshit. Because, you know, we got to make sure people feel special. Oh my god, like, stop holding people's hands, man. Let us do our own thing. I honestly hate the hand holding. I do. I can't stand it. Stop holding my hand. Let me fucking figure it out. I got a brain. I can use it. God, it's like you want me to be stupid. That's how they are. That's how society's getting dumbed down in real life. Look at how dumb people are now. It's ridiculous how uneducated people are. Because nobody wants to think. Nobody wants to try. Everybody just wants to be taken care of, pampered, not have to put a lick of effort into anything. And it's disgraceful. It really is. Like, God, use your goddamn brain, people. Like, please, for God's sakes. It's not that hard. It just takes a little effort. And don't be scared because you slip and fall. That's just part of the process. You learn. The whole experience of learning should be fun. You feel yourself grow. And that alone is a reward in itself. What's up, Publito? No, you can't hold my hand. I'll swing that way. And it comes, like The Rock says. The Rock doesn't swing that way. He likes poontang pie. So how you doing, dude? What's going on with you? Yeah, we were having a Guilty Gear Strive discussion. We watched a review video that was like an hour and 20 minutes long. And it was such an informative video. Like, I really enjoyed it. I highly recommend watching it if you haven't watched it. So if you want to see, honestly, I think the greatest Guilty Gear Strive review video, like, seriously, watch this video. It's so good. I'm not going to put it on again. It's too long. But seriously, that guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. He makes so many good points about Strive, and I felt like he expressed how I feel. Most of it. Not exactly, but most of it. I was like, hit the nail on the head, man. Preach, man. Preach the gospel, dude. Yeah, well, that's all they care. It's short term. That's why Guilty Gear Strive is a short term fighting game. Because winning is short term. It really is. It's the goal is the short term is the short term endeavor, whereas the journey is the long term. That's where learning comes in. So of course they like winning because that's why the game appeals to those people, because they can just pick it up, play it 15 minutes, and they win. And oh man, ego trip. Where there's people like me or you or other people, like the guy says, fighting games are meant to be played for like long periods of time, years, months, days, weeks, big time periods of time. We want to invest in something where we're like, hey, I'm learning and I'm constantly learning. I'm getting better. I'm growing. I'm improving. It's a process where you're going to that road, that you're traversing that journey down that difficult road to get to the top. It's not getting to the top that's the goal. It's the journey to get to the top. And it feels satisfying. Like, that's why I can respect somebody like, what's his name? Like Ogawa, who's the greatest Sato player in the world for Exerd. He took months of time getting good at the game and respecting his skill and his time, where he was rewarded. And it's like, hey, you're the greatest because you put the effort in to be the greatest. And it's obviously notable when you play somebody like him, where I'll admit, if I played Ogawa, he'd probably whoop the shit out of me. But I would have respect because he actually put forth the effort. So I respect that. I don't respect somebody that can just be unga bunga and be good at the game, and they're beating everybody with minimal to no effort. I just don't respect that. I think that's like insulting to people's intelligence when there's people that actually want to play the game and learn the game and try, but those people are shunned because the game doesn't want them actually playing. So it's like the people that actually want to put forth an effort, those people are shot down. We're the bad ones. Like, I honestly feel like the game labels me as a terrible player. I really believe that the game looks at me and goes, H. Galleon, you're the worst Guilty Gear player in the world. Everybody just laughs at you because of how stupid you are. That's what it feels like when I'm playing Guilty Gear Strive. The game ridicules me as a player because I don't think I'm terrible. I really don't think I'm stupid, but I feel like the game, it's like reverse. The people that are bad at the game are gods, and the people that are actually trying to learn the game are retarded. It's just like real life. Look at how everything's half-assed backwards. The stupid are considered intelligent, and the intelligent are considered stupid. Everything's reverse. Look at the COVID shit. Look at how bad everybody treats COVID. Like, anybody gets a vaccine is a fucking idiot. Oh man, you get that vaccine, you're the biggest dork. You're fucking can't think for yourself. But man, if you don't take that vaccine, you show that you're woke and that I stand for Donald Trump. Man, you're a genius. And everybody agrees with you. It's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Like, can't you see you're being played a fool? Are you retarded? But no, they're the ones that are right, and other people like us that actually try to think are wrong. That's what it feels like. Everything's just backwards. So, that makes me not want to care. Because it's like, okay, well, what's the point of being intelligent and thinking things objectively and actually learn things? Because that doesn't seem to matter. It's not respected. It's wrong in the eyes of society. It's wrong in the eyes of the game. So why try? Why even try? I might as well just say I'm a failure. This gets me heated, man. You have no idea how upset I get when this shit goes on, man. Why try? Why even try? What's the point? I literally should just go up to everybody and people ask me about Guilty Gear. I'm the worst player in the world. Yeah, I'm stupid. I don't even know how to do a fireball. I'm so retarded. Man, all I do is, everybody else is just so much better than me at this game because they're so smart and I'm just an idiot. Like, wow. Man, Stride, man, you... Ugh. Yeah, cross tag battle, Blaze Blue cross tag battle, same shit, dude. Same fucking shit. Unga Bunga, because Unga Bunga's smart. Hey, man, we're living in Bizarro World, dude. We are living in Bizarro World. Yeah. Again, the deceivers are considered the truth. Truth becomes lies and lies become truth. And being bad is considered good and good is bad. It's how the world operates now. It's, again, you're rewarded for being bad. You're rewarded for being stupid. You're not rewarded for doing the right thing. You're not rewarded for caring about other people. You're not worried about, being intelligent and trying to be different. No, society spits on you. It's like, get with the program, be like everybody else, and shut the fuck up. Yeah, seriously, man. Like, it honestly, Daniel. You see those people, man, I'm so good at this game. Look at me. I just did a 50% damage combo with 3 hits. I'm so good at this game. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, man. You should join. You should be an Evo legend. You'll make millions. You should totally go to Evo and you'll beat everybody. And they'd be like, what's your secret? I don't think or they would just lie and just say, "Oh yeah, I'm just that ahead of the curve," like kind of like how Donald Trump bullshits all the time. I'm just so smart. You just don't understand how smart I am. I can't explain it to you because you're so stupid. Because that's how smart I am. Oh god, and people believe this shit, man. It's just like, fuck, this guy is a con artist, man. Playing you a fool is playing you like a fiddle. Yeah, it's like I said. Why do you think I don't want to even get involved with the world half the time? Because I feel like there's no reason to. You can't. There's no reason in this world anymore. There's no reason. Reason has gone out the door, man. You cannot reason with the unreasonable. So why even bother wasting my breath? There's no point educating ignorant people because they refuse to listen. So let them do what they want. Let them do what the fuck they want. Let them burn themselves to the ground. Let them dig their own grave. Not my problem. It's like people that don't want to get the vaccine. You want to go out and die? Go ahead and die. Go kill yourself. Show me how American you are. You know that, oh, I'm not going to get that vaccine, and I don't care if I die because it's my body, pro-choice bullshit. Go ahead. Go do that. Show me how much of a man you are. Show me, like, oh man, I'm so fucking woke. I'm fucking real American. Like, ugh. Hate that fucking gorilla mentality, man. So ignorant, dude. He's just misunderstood. Wow. Well, he is crazy. I mean, we already know that he's a narcissist. He's a sociopath. He's a sociopath. He's a narcissistic sociopath. It's a proven fact. This guy, he's crazy. He is insane. Like Donald Trump is mentally not well. He is crazy. He is a crazy motherfucker. He's like Hitler without the intelligence. That's probably the easiest way I can describe it. He's like Adolf Hitler, and Adolf Hitler would look at this dude and say, "Man, this guy's a fucking moron." And people view him like he's the second coming of Christ. They really believe like he's going to be the savior. He's going to lead us to the promised land. Oh yeah. Let's have Nazi Germany all over again, because I'm sure that would be fucking great. Well, great for the white people. White people would love that shit. I'm like, oh man, just like good old times. Yep. It's true. And he's such an insecure little fuck, too. You hurt his feelings, man. My God, what a little baby. What a little baby, man. Such a little sensitive little baby. He can dish it out, but he can't take it. That's one thing. It's like I love how people say, "Oh, he's a man. Look how man he is." But it's funny when push comes to shove and somebody pushes back. Biggest pussy, dude. He's like a bully, until somebody pushes back. Then he's like, "You're being mean to me." And I'm like, "Oh my god, like, get over yourself, man. Get over your fucking self. Cry me a river, man." So mean to me. Everybody's mean to me. I'm perfect. It's just people are so jealous of how perfect I am. Everybody should suck my dick and do what I say so I feel good about myself because daddy didn't love me.
Kamisato had once suffered a major blow when he failed to protect us.
It's like dealing with a petulant child. It's so disgraceful that was our leader at one point in our life, and he can possibly be our leader again in 2 years or 3 years, right? 3 years. God, seeing if Donald Trump gets back into office and he gets elected again, I'm gonna be like, you gotta be fucking shitting me, dude. These people are that obsessed with him. And the thing is, I think it's possible it could happen.
Delve into distance.
You like the Donald Trump dance? But yeah, I feel like also with a person like him, you can never win. It doesn't matter what you do or what you say. In his eyes, he's always the winner. And then everybody else that agrees with him always thinks he's the winner. Because whenever he messes up, you know what their statement is? Like, I don't care. Oh, well, you found out he did this. He fucked somebody over and did this and it's proven fact. Oh, I don't care. Because they don't care what's right. They just care what they want to hear. They don't care about what's wrong, what's actually wrong and right. They give a shit about what they want. So, they talk about how virtuous and righteous they are, but when things don't go their way, it's like, oh, it's a completely different story. It's not about being fair anymore. It's about I didn't get my way. But when they win, it's like, well, you need to, suck it up. We're just better than you. You need to stop being a little baby about it. I'm like, oh, you can't win with these people. There's no reason. It's like, just shut the fuck up. There's no point arguing with them. The way I see it is, let these people eat themselves alive. Let them do it themselves. Let them destroy each other. That's the best way to deal with it. Let them consume each other. Because they will. They will, like rabid dogs, they will eat themselves alive. Let them. Let them do it.
Ad Astra at
You can't fix stupid. There's nothing you can say that will change their mind. So why even waste your breath? Wasting your energy, you're wasting your time, just do your own thing. Let them think their own shit. And when they sink and they destroy themselves, and they'll be like, wonder why, and you'll be like, not my problem. Yeah, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna go after you and like harm you, but I'm not gonna help you. You know, you don't want help, then fine, just I'll leave you alone. That's honestly the best way to deal with it. Just leave them alone. Do your own thing, live your own life, do what you want to do. Let them destroy each other. I know, like I said, I know that sounds really cruel and heartless the way I'm saying it, but that's just the truth. You can't fix stupid. Because in their eyes, you're the stupid one. But a lot of times I think these people are just so stubborn because they're so scared. They don't want to admit they're wrong because it shows weakness. They know that they're wrong, but they will never admit it because of pride. Like, no, I can't show weakness because if I show weakness, then everybody's going to make fun of me and I'm going to be an outcast and whatever. It's like, okay, well, just keep denying reality then. Just keep lying to yourself. But yeah, Polito, otherwise, how you been, dude? You been alright? I know we got, like, super political. It's like, how did Guilty Gear Strive get into politics? I'm like, yeah, good question. How did that happen? How did that happen? I'm very curious myself. I am curious. What's this? Share? What's this? Oh, this is the... I guess the, what do you call it, the preview page. Beesh. That's cool, we're fighting. Just ignoring this up there. It's so badass. For all tournament. It's interesting. Spectral secrets. And then fishing. There's fishing now. I like fishing. Fishing's fun. I like the beach. Beach. Chest out. What's this? Okay, that's cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Look, it looks pretty nice. Looking pretty nice. They brought back overflow. Overflow. 23rd. Oh, cool. It's another 7 days. Awesome. I will take advantage of that. I will take advantage of that. Do my login bonus. Login bonus. Go. Yeah, if anybody else wants to talk about anything, you're welcome to discuss. I don't mind talking. I'm just doing dailies right now. It's kind of boring. So, probably gonna go to bed around 4, so I'm gonna stay up for like an hour and a half. But if you want to talk, go for it. I'm bored anyway, so. I am bored.
Another
This is long overdue. Cut to the chase. Access denied. I can fix this. For Rex Lapis. Nowhere to hide. Lord of Ice and Frost. Speed of light. No touching. Cut to the chase. All hail. All protect us. Come on. Focus. Don't blink. Nice and spicy. Born of ice and frost. Don't blink.
Before into this, I'll do the event. I'm gonna probably go farm some stuff. Try to get up a couple more levels tonight.
No touching. Speed of light. This is long overdue. Nowhere to hide. Got lucky that time. Right idea. Wrong time. Speed of light. Blaze over. Let's stand up. Stumbling. When sword comes down.
And you another test.
I will not.
No.
The show begins. For Rex Lapis. Speed of light. Dumpling. No touching. Speed of light. Blaze over. Nowhere to hide. Out the frying pan, into the fire. Dumpling. Born of ice and frost. For Rex Lapis. No touching. Speed of light. With sword for shadow. Access denied. All hail. Next on the agenda. Nice and spicy. Let the show begin.
And you.
Oh, oh. Dumpling. Cut to the chase. Speed of light. Not lucky that time.
Another test subject.
No touching.
Another test.
Get them! Blaze over! Snowflake! Ha! Nowhere to hide! Stand! Incoming! Don't blink! You're toast! Incoming! This is long overdue! Cut to the chase! Hey! Into the fire! Sword of ice and frost! Don't blink! With sword from shadow! Access denied! Ha! Let the show begin! Yeah! Incoming!
Next. What's this event? Phantom Flow. Speed of light! Blaze over! Nowhere to hide! Incoming! Speed of light! Cut to the chase!
This is long overdue. Access denied. Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Nice and spicy. With sword from shadow. Incoming. For Rex Lapis. Get to the chase. Speed of light. Blaze over. Access denied. Don't blink. With sword from shadow. Speed of light. Got lucky that. All hail. Get to the chase. Born of icy frost. Incoming. With sword from shadow. Don't blink. This is long overdue. Incoming. Get to the chase.
Challenger difficulty? What's that? Defeat 4 Karage. No character tests.
Let's dance. Access denied. Don't blink. With sword from shadow. For Rex Lapis. I can fix it. Speed of light. Nice and spicy. Born of icy fire. Cut to the chase. Don't blink.
My blade.
This is long overdue. Come on, focus. Get them. Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
You know a thing or two.
Out of the frying pan. All hail. Speed of light. With sword from shadow. Get them.
Yeah, that's hard. You cannot die once. Oh god, it doesn't even save you. That sucks. So yeah, if you die, you have to revive your characters. So, but that's pretty bad. It doesn't even give you that much for doing this.
Blaze over. Nowhere to hide. Let's dance. Hi. Access denied. Hi. Incoming. Cut to the chase. Nice and spicy. All hail. Speed of light. Nowhere to hide. No touching. Blaze over. Cut to the chase. I'll protect us. Access denied. Born of ice and frost. Incoming. With swords from shadow. Don't blink. This is long overdue. No touching. Nice and spicy. Nowhere to hide. Blaze over. Born of ice and frost. Incoming. Access denied. For Rex Lapis. Cut to the chase.
Jeez. Fucking killing me. Oh my god. That's hard, man. That's hard. You gotta beat that shit in 3 minutes, man. That's fucking hard. There's no way I'm gonna do that. I wasn't even halfway done. That is fucking nasty. Yeah, that shit's fucking nasty, dude. That's a little too hard for me. It's not even worth it. Like, you get like a little dinky reward. It's not even worth it. Everything else is worth it, not that.
Born of ice and frost. Nice and spicy. Speed of light. Access denied. Get them. Let the show begin. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. No touching. Nice and spicy. This is long overdue. Speed of light. With swords from the shadow. For Rex Lapis. Access denied. Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. With swords from shadow. Blaze over. Let's dance. Hi. Yeah. You're toast. No touching. All hail.
Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. Too slow. Got a lot of time.
To the chase. Speed of light. For Rex Lapis. Access denied. All hail. When sword comes down. Speed of light. Born of ice and frost. Oh. Blaze over. Cut to the chase. Access denied. Booba, get them! This is long overdue. When sword comes down. Into the fire. Blaze over. Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Nice. You really hurt.
The bars can hold me. So yeah, those, like I said, for fucking four, damn, that's pretty shitty. It's such a crappy reward for how difficult it is. Yeah, that difficulty is a little too hard. It's like, I don't know how they expect you to kill that many enemies. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to kill them that quick. They're doing so much damage so fast. Unless that lightning bolt does a shit ton of damage. It's the only thing I can think of.
Let's get down to business.
Born of ice and frost. Incoming.
My blade.
For Rex Lapis. When sword comes down. Ready, steady, go! Speed of light. Nice and spicy. Don't blink.
My blade.
Get them. I'll protect us. This is long overdue. Nowhere to hide.
You know a thing or two.
Speed of light. Blaze over. With sword comes down.
You know a thing or two.
Incoming. This is long overdue. You're toast. Get to the chase. Don't blink. Right.
Yeah. You gotta use those lightning bolts.
Lord of Ice and Frost. We're waiting. Speed of light.
That's so fast in this shit. Wish it didn't do that. Wish it just let you restart, not kill you immediately. Yeah, I think you need to do this with a group. I don't think you can do it by yourself. It's honestly not worth doing. If it was like actually a good reward, I should try, but it's not even worth doing. Way too difficult for how little the reward is. Like, oh, eh. I'm good. If it was actually gems or something, I'd actually do it. But since there's no gems, there's no point doing it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Need to farm weeds and ores, I think. Yeah. Let's go do that. Ores and weeds. Should be able to get up to 80, I think, with all that stuff. That done. A few more poles.
Access denied. Get them. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide.
You know a thing or two. There's more.
Speed of light.
To the berry.
No touching. Nice and spicy. Blaze over. His sword comes down. Shadows of fate, by royal decree.
Comes a daredevil.
Decided by destiny.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
My apologies.
What's up, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I didn't see the name who follows. My apologies. Who was it that followed, if you don't mind saying who you are? If you're there. But regardless, welcome to the stream. Kellen right now is doing some farming for characters, getting them leveled up.
lucky day.
Delve into death.
My blade. To the ferry.
Where did all these combat skills?
That's Get those tomorrow. Okay. Again. Okay, let's look at these.
Reveal thyself! Wish my sister could play hide and seek. Shadows of fate, my royal imprint! Take flight! Embrace the ice!
To the fairy.
Let me try! Oz, reveal thyself!
The Electro Archon.
Oz, reveal thyself! The insolent shall be punished. Delve into destiny!
No rest for the wicked.
Written in the stars! Sakura swirl! Whirling snow! God, shadows of my royalty! Winter shall eventually come.
Yes. Here. This. Let's go down here.
Delve into destiny. By royal decree. Sakura swirl. Wings of darkness. Come, that's decided by destiny. Let me scry. Whirling snow. Reveal that. Let's dance, right? My apologies. Delve into destiny by royal decree.
Let's get down.
Shadows of fate. Fate is upon you.
Business.
Embrace the ice. Whirling snow. So rude. Oz reveal.
Lucky day.
Let me scrub.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
My apologies. Commissar Duarte. Submit.
Yes.
Shadows of fate. Whirling snow. Written in the stars. By royal decree. Take flight. Embrace the ice. Lead to edges. Let me scry. Let's dance. My... Odds revealed. Delves into destiny. Midnight Phantasma. Commissar Duarte. Sylvester.
I enjoyed it more than only a few here. It's really not much. Anyways. Okay, I think that's it for today. Everything was supposed to. So good to me. That's it for me, guys. I gotta get to sleep. I gotta get up and do some errands in the morning. I gotta go see my mom tomorrow. Oh. At least I got my AC finally up and running. Got it all installed. It's running real good. House is nice and cool right now, so I'm really happy about that. You don't have to worry about AC for a while. Should be good for the next 20 years as long as we take care of it. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow, like I said, I'll probably be on around 7 or so. Probably just gonna play East 9 tomorrow for most of the night, and then just play Genshin afterward, and then I'm starting my work week again. And Friday will be the new horror game and the new update for Guilty Gear to play Jacko. Check it out. Even though I'm not holding my breath right now. Not holding my breath. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Be back tomorrow, like I said, probably around 7 o'clock, maybe 8. Depends, because like I said, I gotta run some errands, and then I should be gone for maybe a couple hours, and I'm gonna go see my mom for a couple hours. You know, probably be done, you know, hopefully by 5 or so. Eat dinner, and jump on. So, anyways, you guys have a good one. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Good night.